everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to a slightly damp, slightly breezy, slightly low cloud, slightly British summer Bournemouth. Yes. So ready for the Bournemouth Air Festival. A bit of a grim start if you've got the Bournemouth Airshow app, which I do. I've just had a notification equivalent to what we've seen on social media, the weather conditions preventing flying starting now, which we were hoping to happen, and things are looking a little better. And we've just adjusted exposure on one camera because it was getting too bright, and the cloud does feel kind of thin, doesn't it? Sort of.
Yeah. Well, that might be a bit of an overstatement.
This is the way today's going to go.
I'll be the optimist. It's slightly less worse than it was.
Which was pretty horrible for setup up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. We should say hello and welcome to all you viewers at home. Not much flying for a little while, but stay with us and do subscribe. We'll be live throughout Friday and Saturday as well, and the forecast's looking a little better for those. So do subscribe, and you'll get you may or may not get a notification, but you'll get a little reminder that when we're live tomorrow and Saturday as well. But yes, we're up on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel. Big thank you to them for hosting us again. Adam and Adrian last year decided to drag a camera out and go and do a live stream from here, and you guys seem to enjoy it very much, despite it being a one-camera operation and pretty limited, really.
Yeah.
But the vantage point being what it is, the event being what it is, which is a fantastic air show, it made for quite a compelling viewing. I can see our lens is gradually getting more and more damp. We really should have. I should have all sorts. The guys have convinced me to go one step further this year and bring a fullish team. So here we are. And what were we hoping to see, Adam? You've got a binder out there.
We were hoping to see in the first block of flying display items the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, the Firebirds, which is a two-ship of Van's RB4s, the Slingsby T-67 Firefly, Bronco, Fairy Swordfish and Westland Wasp. All of those will thankfully be taking part in the flying display over the next few days, so even though we won't be seeing those specific aircraft today, we will get another chance to see them later on.
And as we were looking at the weather earlier, we were sort of thinking it's the low cloud at the moment, which is looking a little bit limiting.
Yeah.
I think you were suggesting that perhaps suitable for helicopters only, the forecast this afternoon, 600 feet. Now, that's just pure speculation on our part, but do you know what? I can see a lot further than I could do an hour ago.
Yeah, the visibility has improved a lot, and the last I saw, it said it was 6K visibility, which would be legal for some of the aircraft to display at the moment, and the Air Festival have said they are expecting it to improve a little further. So we can keep our fingers crossed for the second and third blocks of flying. There are 3 blocks of flying today, and it continues all the way through until about 9 o'clock at night with a night show.
Yeah, giving us that opportunity to take opportunities as they come in the weather all day. So stay with us, keep it live, and you never know, something might just pop up. We did a moment ago hear a lynx head out to probably some boat in the sea somewhere.
Yeah, couldn't see it up in the clouds, we think.
Yeah, we could hear it heading over. So there's some aviation occurring. So stay with us. We might just get something yet.
Yeah, and shall we have a run through of what might be happening in the second and third blocks of flying today? Yeah. So we've got the Royal Air Force Tutor T1. We've got a Yak 50, a former Yakovlev's aircraft. Of course, the Yakovlevs have now disbanded, but one of their aircraft displaying here as a solo. We've got Rich Goodwin in his jet pits. The Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight with the Spitfire PR-19 and P-51D Mustang, the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron with the Vampire FB-52, and the Red Arrows. I'm sure there's been a lot of discussion in the chat about what time they are due. They are listed as flying here at 17:30 today. That is the second block of the 3 blocks of flying.
And because I'm such a nerd, I got a little notification on my Flight Radar 24 on my phone earlier saying the Typhoon was airborne, so that got me excited. Of course, it's Moran Families Day, I believe, up in Norfolk today, so there's some flyable weather out there today, because I saw him roaring around about 1 o'clock.
And several of the aircraft that are expected here later today are at the family day there. It's not just the Typhoon, but also Rich Goodwin and the Vampire, and the Rolls-Royce Heritage Flight as well.
Yeah, so if anyone's on Flight Radar and you have a look, see if the Typhoon he's probably landed to enjoy a bit of a barbecue this afternoon, I would think, and then maybe heading our way later on.
Yeah, he's not due here until the evening block of flying displays.
I think straight in from Marham, actually.
Well, it's listed here as from Bournemouth.
Correction, okay.
But 1945, the Typhoon, followed by the Firebirds with their pyro show, then also the helicopter, and the show ending with the Tigers parachute display team from the British Army.
It's one of the compelling features of the Bournemouth Air Festival, the night air, you know, and because you get money bites of the cherry. So 3 nights of night air, today, tomorrow and Saturday. Quite often we have situations where the weather affects a flying display at air shows here in the UK. It's just the way things are. So having 3 opportunities to capture things like the Typhoon roaring around in the dusk sky is quite special.
And I think for tomorrow and Saturday we're expecting 2 Typhoon displays per day, one in hopefully full sun and then another one in sunset conditions. Yeah, hopefully a nice clear sky, and we did get last year a couple of shots of aircraft intersecting the moon. So if we can recreate that over the next 3 days, we'll be very happy.
At some point I get the sun and where it goes and what it does. The moon confuses me. It changes shape. It's strange. But we had the moon as a backdrop for if you may have watched it, the Duxford Flying Evening on Saturday evening. Not quite intersecting with the airborne pyrotechnics, guys, but yeah, we were always, when we're live and there's a moon in the sky, or even other airliners, you know, slightly higher up at Duxford or elsewhere, you spend a lot of time thinking, are we going to get this intersecting with the flying participant? But yeah, well, maybe. Someone can tell me whether the moon's going to be a present feature for us this weekend.
Yeah, might be completely the other side. Mind you, I was at a south-facing air show a couple of days ago, and the moon was on the right side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So of course, yeah.
Does that, as I say,
I don't know. I'm just as confused as you.
It's a strange thing. Hats off to the Indians who managed to land on the other side of it. Oh my goodness, I don't even know where it's going to pop up in the sky here at home. Yeah, but it is really clearing actually.
It is, and there's a sound of a helicopter.
That may well be that links. We do have Navy assets out there, don't we?
Yeah, there's some patrol boats. Is that a helicopter we can hear, or is it?
I think that it's that boat or ship. Forgive my terminology, Navy experts, as I wipe the lens clean so that you can see our ugly mugs. It's going to be one of those days. Although the rain has eased a lot as well in the last 20 minutes, so we'll see how long that stays dry, and you can judge what the weather's like. So what are we doing here? So Bournemouth Air Festival live for you here on the Planes TV YouTube channel today, Friday and Saturday, and then on Sunday I'm being really stingy and only putting it out on the wonderful Planes TV On Demand service. I'm also intending on doing a bit of a test, so if you're a channel member here on YouTube, you'll also have access to it here on YouTube. So limiting access on Sunday a little bit, but yeah, so it will go out on PTV On Demand and here on YouTube for channel members. Give it a try. Try a new thing, why not? And in a moment, I'm going to go and set up a coupon code on the website and suggest that you use that to get a discounted access on PTV On Demand. And if you're not familiar with that, that's our streaming service, online streaming service, giving access to our back catalogue of content. Not quite all of it, but everything from the last decade or so, including things like the Royal International Air Tattoo live broadcasts in July and last year, and in fact going back to 2015, is that correct?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that actually, but certainly the edited programmes of Air Tattoo are on there, and lots of content from Duxford, live broadcasts from Duxford. The last, was it last year we did the first through there? Maybe the year before as well. Yeah, the last couple of years. But more than that, it's really about that archive. So stretching back 34 years of air shows. You get some real nostalgia in the early 90s there if you're a big What Are Now classic jet fan, as I am. Jaguars and Buccaneers and Lightnings and all sorts back there. So that the web address for that, I mean, if you were sat watching Planes TV on when there was no flying, you probably know as well enough now to know that that is at watch.planestv.com. And as I say, in a moment I'll set up a coupon code. So if you do fancy tuning in on Sunday, the Bournemouth Air Festival, this Bournemouth Air Festival, will be going out on PTV On Demand and to YouTube channel members. So that's my plan for Sunday. But free to view today, tomorrow and Saturday. But got to feed these guys with something. So if you enjoy what we come up with over the next few days,
then feed us dinner.
I don't want to guilt trip anyone, but you can become a channel member and or even better, subscribe on PTV On Demand. I'll make them the same price. How's that? That seems like a fair test. Connor, yes, we are doing Jersey. We'll be over there. In fact, I won't. Nor will you, actually.
So,
Adrian and Andrew and Alex, actually. Doesn't help me any.
Yet another person whose name begins with A, as if there weren't enough.
It's extraordinarily difficult when you're, in a stressful environment of a live production. We're on the talkback system, so we're talking during the show, and we have to compete with getting, is it Andy or Andrew or Alex or Adam or Adrian? Is that right? Is that everybody? I'm sure I've forgotten someone. It's ridiculous. We need code names, call signs,
or numbers, like the Reds.
Numbers would do.
Plains TV 1, Plains TV 2.
I think numbers. I'm going to number you all. That'll do. That has not got much wetter, has it?
No, and the visibility is now, by the standards of this morning, remarkably good. We can almost see a solid horizon out there now.
Earlier on, it did remind me, you guys will be fed up with these anecdotes, I'm sure, but the Sunderland Air Show back in about 2014 or something like that, maybe a touch earlier, was on a gorgeous warm summer's day, but we had sea fret roll in, which was sat at that high off the ground for the entire weekend, and we got no flying whatsoever, apart from I saw a wing of a hurricane as it passed over, because it was a situation like this where there is lightness above you. You can tell that the cloud layer is not that deep, doesn't extend that to a terribly high altitude, so aircraft were able to sort of, they could see land, they were flying VFR, but not visible from the crowd on the seafront, because the sea fret had rolled in. A mile inland, there was no cloud whatsoever. It was a gorgeous summer's day. We're not in that situation. There's cloud bloody everywhere. Can I say that on YouTube? Probably can, just did. Yes, but clearing, as Adam says, hopefully.
Yeah.
Right, going to give this one little wipe. Andrew's sat on ADSB watching the red arrows come over the A303. I see a man in dungarees come to have a look around. Nervously looking at a man in dungarees who looks like a sort of person who might unplug my mains power,
Yes, like and it wouldn't be the first time.
It's a bit of a limited setup here, so we'd normally like to use our production trailer that you'll see us using at Duxford and the likes. I'm still nervously looking at him because it's Adrian that's interacting with him as well, and he's probably going, oh yeah, we got backup power, unplug it. Without the trailer, unfortunately, I don't. Monty, thank you so much for carrying on gifting these memberships. I really am grateful, and those people will, as I say, be able to access the broadcast on Sunday, which will be just for channel members and PTV On Demand subscribers. I should say, if you do subscribe, you'll also gain access to the Duxford September Air Show. So Connor was asking about Jersey. Yep, covering Jersey. That week, 2 of us will also be out in Ostrava, Czech Republic, for NATO Days, which will be live streamed in Czech language and some English actually for some of the acts, but we'll be providing camera and video editing work for them. But that weekend also will be live from Duxford, so the Battle of Britain Air Show, the big September air show at Duxford. The skies full of Spitfires and Hurricanes.
I think we're up to double-figure Spitfires now.
Fantastic. So that's available as well to PTV On Demand subscribers that weekend.
And that is another show that, like this one, has the red arrows.
Yeah, which we didn't do at Duxford last year. It was a bit bereft of RAF displays last year.
In fact, last year it was the Tutor at the summer show and the Typhoon at the flying finale at the end of the year. And I think that was it, apart from possibly the Battle of Britain Memorial flight at some point.
That was quite a show in the end, the October show with the Swiss as well.
The first Duxford flying day with foreign military participation.
It's remarkable. I think everyone realised they got some fuel to burn and a nice event to take part in October. So yeah, it was very well supported, and hoping we'll get more of the same this year. not the Swiss maybe, yeah, that'd be a bit of a stretch.
I haven't seen it on the schedule of any military teams, but the Duxford Flying Day events in general have been getting some of them quite large in the last year or so. And I remember the one we did in July, which was halfway to a full air show and all warbirds as well. So if they can replicate that.
They're very fun events to do. If you've no idea what we're talking about, we're regularly doing live broadcasts from Duxford, and in the past they've maybe had the big September show. Occasionally they've done October shows, and they did do May shows. Now it's a summer air show, big 2-day show in June, likewise big 2-day show in September, and then a scattering of flying days throughout the rest of the summer from May through to October. And after COVID, they were very useful to me as a training day to bring a couple of extra crew members out who maybe hadn't done an air show in a couple of years. So what does that look like? And in fact, new people, yourself
how
included.
I got into it.
And Andrew sat over there. That was your first as well, was it, Andrew? At Flying Day. So we'll talk about So they've been quite useful to me. It's also fun for me. It's a long way from home, but to do a 1-day show. Yeah. But I've got very used to the 4-hour drive up from Devon.
I find I really enjoy them because I don't go into them with the expectation of it being a full air show, and then I'm normally pleasantly surprised because they are getting bigger and bigger.
And we are it's the Duxford, IWM Duxford's 50th anniversary of air shows this year as well, and I'm quite, at this point now I've recorded every single one of their flying displays this year, and it feels like a good thing to do, and it's a bit like the situation here at Bournemouth where you've got 4 days, 4 days to get the best of the weather. Well, come the end of this season, we'll have seen everything at Duxford, from rain to the glorious. We just got a little bit of sort of golden hour sunshine at the flying evening on
must
Saturday.
add up to about 10 days or so of Duxford filming in a single year in total.
It's something like that.
I just forgot to tell you.
Yeah, John's thoughts for Adrian?
Yeah.
Well, we're live at the moment, so I'm going to...
You're live?
Yes, yeah. So I'm going to carry on chatting to that one if Adrian can...
I forgot to tell you
Cool.
You guys like cup of coffee.
Nice. We're being offered teas and coffees. This is fantastic.
Excellent. So this did happen last year as well.
I shouldn't have been so dismissive. I might have got milk in it.
They do look after us well here.
Good.
Cumberland Hotel. Let's mention that again because we're very grateful to be in this amazing vantage point.
Yeah, and that's one of the main draws, to be honest. I mean, the fantastic flying display, 4 bites at the Cherry, 4 bites at the Weather Cherry, if you can put it like that. But this vantage point, if you're familiar with our broadcasts in the past, you're looking down on a lot of the displays, including things like Typhoon, in portions of the display.
Yeah.
So getting a little bit of the sea, the landscape that surrounds Bournemouth in the background gives you that context, the sense of speed. It makes for a
those
cool
aircraft
shot.
that can come down to 100 feet. We are more than 100 feet above the surface of the water here because we're on the overcliff and then we're 5 floors up.
That's right.
On top of that as well. Worth pointing out that you can enjoy this view as well because the Cumberland Hotel, of course, they have rooms overlooking the sea, but they also have day hospitality here during the air show, and you can enjoy the air show from the pool. Have a full meal on the deck down below and go swimming in the pool while the red arrows are flying overhead. Lovely way to enjoy the show.
Absolutely, it sounds a lot nicer than the morning we've just enjoyed setting up in the rain. I'm going to have a little look over at that pool in a minute, see if anyone's enjoying it on a day like today. I mean, why not?
I think it would be a bit chilly today.
I don't know if they've got. Do they have tickets available for? Are they sold out?
So day hospitality for this year is sold out.
Okay.
Presumably they will have a similar offering for next year when next year's Air Festival dates are announced. But accommodation for this weekend is not sold out. So if you fancy a last-minute trip to Bournemouth for the Air Festival, it's not too late.
Yeah, and it's looking like a fantastic weekend as well. As I say, the last of the poor weather.
Hopefully this is the last of the weather now.
Clearly, maybe the worst of the weather was once we were dragging cases around and up onto the roof and things. And we've just heard that the red arrows are landing at Bournemouth.
We might hear a little bit of jet rumble in the distance.
Yeah, quite possibly.
But,
where am I looking at? It's sort
so,
of
so,
northwest.
so Bournemouth Airport is behind the
Yeah.
tall buildings in the city centre. Last year, when we had good weather, we did see the Reds do their spaghetti break on the way in, and that was quite clear and obvious from here. It's not far away, the airport of Bournemouth.
No, I remember running backwards and forth doing minicams and things back in the day, in years gone by. Yeah, just trying to orientate myself. So, as you're looking over our shoulders, you're looking to the southeast, and
More or less.
something like that. It does mean that the sun's in the wrong place. Not that we can see it at the moment, but we do like the sun to move around, which it does for the evening show. So when the sun's behind aircraft, they don't look so nice. Basically, it's like taking a picture of a person; they're silhouetted.
Having said that, a little bit of red arrows action with the smoke backlit.
Yeah.
That can look lovely.
It can do, yeah, it can do. I'd take a backlit sun behind us if we could get it. But it's looking like a good weekend. So if you do fancy coming down to Bournemouth, Cumberland Hotel, do check them out as an option. You say the hospitality. So presumably, if you book a room, you don't have access necessarily to. You
I'm
probably have
not
access
sure
to-
how that
I
works.
don't
I
know.
wouldn't like to speak on their behalf.
Check the website.
But they do have options available both for the day and also for overnight accommodation as well.
I can see us both trying to bring up the chat.
Yes.
It's often quite useful in a situation like this where we're not, at Duxford. Maybe I'll probably have my radio on, so I'm listening in a little bit. But Ben Donnell's over my shoulder, and he'll be like whispering at what's going on, and I'll generally get a tap on the shoulder from the FTD at some point if major things have changed. We're alone up here. We've got no guidance whatsoever. We're spectators like everybody else. So actually seeing the sort of crowdsourced information from the internet via the chat is often very, very useful.
I remember last year the chat being extremely helpful with the arrival and later disappearance of the B-52 because we didn't really know where that was.
Yeah.
But
I remember because the setup last year was Adam, was Adrian, one camera,
Adrian doing the camera and I was doing a bit of impromptu commentary,
which went down very, very well as it should. And I was back at base, so I was watching that B-52 on flight radar, and I remember texting you about you were wondering whether there's another pass coming. I was like, nah, he's gone. It's quite useful. So if you do have any info that you picked up from the interwebs, do pop it on the chat. It's quite useful for us mere mortals sat here on the roof with nothing but a Mark 1 eyeball to guide us.
And likewise, any particular questions about what's going on, how the air show works, or any of the aircraft that are due to be participating over the next few days, we will try our best to answer those as well. We can't promise to have a full answer, but we'll do our best.
Yeah, we'll do our best, and especially if it's a super chat, we'll do our best to find it out. And thank you very much, Sarah, who's just become a Plains TV supporter. So that's the membership system I was talking about earlier, and that will, at the moment, in the past, all that's done is encourage me to come out and do more free to view rather than paid to view broadcasts. So thank you to anyone who's joined as a channel member. That's kind of the function of it. It makes me see YouTube as a sort of more viable thing. But on Sunday, channel members will also get access to the live broadcast here. So it won't be available free to view for everyone. It'll just be available to channel members and subscribers of PTV On Demand. Don't go and subscribe yet if you haven't already. I've got to go and set up a coupon code in a minute for you so that you can have free access, discounted access, equivalent to the channel membership cost.
So Angus Cooper asks, what's been your favourite display of the season so far?
You're going to drop some. You've just come back from Poland.
Yeah, I've been travelling a few times. I've been to Radom and Leszno and the Pratica di Mare show. Shall I limit my answer to the UK?
Let's start there then. Yeah, let's start there.
Swedish SK60 at Riyadh.
We've done this already, haven't we, you and I? And that is up there for me. It was a beautiful display. I can't remember whether we caught it in decent weather over the show weekend, but certainly some of the rehearsal material that I've been going through on the edit was gorgeous. I'm trying to differentiate myself now because
it's the obvious answer.
Yeah. Do you know what? Only to be different, because I've done the whole Riyadh thing. There's so much there. It's quite something. But I really did enjoy airborne pyrotechnics on Saturday night at Duxford. It's more of a situational thing. So it's a flying day, so you haven't got 10,000 plus people in there. I can't remember what they cap it at, but it's less than that. And the weather had been pretty mediocre during the day, but it cleared, to that kind of nice sunny condition. But also the wind had dropped, so there was barely a breath of wind. And you could hear, the murmur of people hundreds of metres away. It's a very strange ambience to the airfield for that display. Perfect for a firework enhanced aerobatic display from Airborne Pyrotechnics. And we were doing a bit of the PA feed, so we were feeding some the sorts of music that you can imagine accompanying that display over the site. And it was a bit of a weird PA setup. I've talked about it in the past, but they're tannoy speakers. It's not really built for music. But actually there was something about the setting, and because the wind was so low, it kind of just drifted over the airfield really quite nicely. And a little bit of a magic moment that went down really well. You can watch that back here on YouTube if you're interested. So that. It's probably just because of my short-term memory loss,
Just choose something you saw last week. It's fine.
Yeah, I can only remember that far back.
Angus does say he agrees the SK60 was a surprise and fantastic to watch. So it was, wasn't it?
It was lovely. I'm trying to think if there are any fast jets. With the Riat thing, when we did it about Riat, I did say the French tanker.
Yeah. Yeah, on the Wednesday practice.
Yeah, it was quite gorgeous weather conditions, and a very spirited display for such a large aircraft.
Especially the final pass.
Yeah. So that made it into the little promo video, highlights video of Air Tattoo. Got Andrew on talkback talking about his favourite so far. He says,
solid choice, I think he's made.
The Tornado's buddy refuelling demonstration at Air Tattoo. So you did a lovely piece on there to air refuelling. Do you want to describe what buddy refuelling is?
Yeah, so buddy refuelling is for when there isn't a dedicated tanker aircraft available in a certain situation. You can fit what's called a buddy tank to the underside of a fighter. It's a little extra fuel tank with hose and drogue that can extend from it. And it just gives you extra flexibility to perform some aerial refuelling capabilities without needing to have that dedicated tanker on standby. So the French do it from Rafale to Rafale, the US Navy does it from Super Hornet to Super Hornet, and the German Air Force do it with the Tornado. We saw it with a Tornado ECR and a Tornado IDS, and that was all marking 100 years since the first successful in-flight refuelling, which was one of the big themes of the Air Tattoo this year. It was the same theme that brought the French C-135 to react for the flying display. And then we saw quite a number of tankers in the static display as well. We had the American KC-135 performing a fly past as well. Quite a well-represented theme at the show for a very notable anniversary.
Yeah, both in the flying and on the static, and will form a good chunk of our highlights programme, which we're editing at the moment, which is another thing that will be out on the on-demand service, 2 hours of the very best bits. So if you don't want to go and sit down and watch back the 50 hours of live broadcasting that we did, you can tune into that later this year. Yeah, so if you're a subscriber on there, you'll... Oh, and I see Finners Gaming has joined as a member here on YouTube as well. And Ethan saying your commentary is fantastic, which it absolutely is. Adam's putting in a lot of effort to do the research. And
got a binder of notes here. This will see me through the next 4 days.
If it doesn't get wet.
So if it doesn't get wet.
If
it does get wet, I'm stuffed. I'll be exposed.
For the fraud you are. No, far from it. No, I'm very much looking forward to putting this production together. It's got a really nice... really nice to be able to bring you a show broadcast without the use of the live PA, normal commentary that we would normally do. Adam will be taking you through the displays when we see some. As I say, we should have started flying about half an hour ago, but expecting potentially to see stuff from about 4 o'clock, so we've got a good hour and a half to go. Don't all tune out. Are we going to swap for another hour and a half?
Oh, I don't think we can manage that, can we? Yeah, I'm peckish.
And a man in dungarees has offered us a coffee, so I'm almost certainly going to take him up on that offer.
Yeah, need something warm.
Yeah, that's interesting. The vintage
Belgian
jet.
F-16 I saw mentioned as another highlight from React, and I
terms of
concur with
solo.
that as well.
Absolutely. You're a massive fan of that yawing maneuver, and I am too.
It was only recently that I came to appreciate the design of this year's display, why it is the way it is. And it's all been designed by Vrisk, this year's display pilot. It was also last year's display pilot, to mimic the movements of a snake.
There you go.
I didn't appreciate it at the time, but that movement is to represent the sort of wandering head of a snake as it sort of...
Do you know what? And all the negative G as well, of
Yep,
course. The
yep.
sort of cobra.
And the weird rolls. There's some rolls in there that are slightly
Oh, I like
odd.
it even more now.
It's it's slow rolls with a bit of pushing over the inverted section, and it's all very intentional to mimic that snake-like form. Yeah, I appreciated the show in a whole different light once I knew the background there.
Yeah, so if you don't know what we're talking about, this is the Belgian F-16 solo demonstration. You can watch those back. I'm trying to think if he managed a display each day at Air Tattoo, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Not on Friday. Wasn't scheduled on Friday. Did fly Saturday and Sunday. Also did a practice on Thursday.
There you go. So that's available free to view on YouTube if you don't fancy paying up for the PTV On Demand subscription. Take a look at the Belgian F-16 from the Thursday rehearsals if you want to fill your time before the flying starts here. Best UK display team.
Best UK display team. Team Raven, I think. It's my favourite at the moment. I do like their choreography a lot.
It's unfair to say Red Arrows, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, that's unfair.
Let's go civilian.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only one military display team I can think of at the moment. Can't think of multiples. Well, I'm going to go. What am I going to go for?
Turb team.
Yeah. I'm afraid. I like my nuance, don't I? But in terms of audience participation, you've heard it all before if you've watched these streams, but Turb team are just fantastic for getting the crowds excited. And I took my children to Old Buckenham Air Show, and they were very disappointed that the Turb team weren't there this year as they were last. They're pretty much one and only experience of an air show that they can remember would be Old Buckenham last year. So I suppose they're just expecting to see all the same things again, aren't they? That's how they roll. I wonder if they're watching at home. Probably not. They're out and about today.
Rob D, you two are the poshest YouTubers.
Are we? Oh
Apparently.
no, we're not posh. We're not posh, are we? I'm not posh. Am I posh? Andrew. Yeah, Andrew says setting up this morning it didn't feel very posh.
No, it really didn't. It felt utterly grim.
I'm not going to tell you what parts of my clothing are wet, but that's not very posh either.
Oh, you told all of us this morning, so yeah.
Well, you've got my waterproof trousers on there.
Yeah, well, I have, yes.
Because yours is stuck on a conveyor belt in Poland or something.
No idea where mine are. My suitcase did not make it back from Poland amid all of the Nats chaos on Monday and Tuesday. I made it back 24 hours later than I expected to, but a lot of my camera equipment and clothes and waterproof boots would have been nice today. They're in Warsaw.
Well, so we're down to Tesco's not so finest waterproofs and
Purchased this morning.
and my waterproof trousers. My other pair being in my trailer, ready for whatever air show I'm doing next. Wartime plane. Well, that could be widened to pretty much any military aircraft of the last 100 years. But let's take one war at a time, shall we?
Okay.
Horrible thing to say, and not to I don't want to demean anyone's sacrifice here. So First World War aviation really captivates me. Not least because the aircraft was just so new, such a new innovation. The way that it wasn't even designing aircraft; it was just iterating planks of wood into things that could compete in the air. And I think the R1 is a sort of peak of that sort of experiment. Fokker, Anthony, is it Anthony Fokker? Oh gosh. I read a book 18 months ago, and of course, given my short-term memory loss, I've forgotten it all already. But the way that it was, the mentality of, well, let's just put another wing on, let's see what that does. And that was literally what was going on. And if it hadn't been for some sort of shortcuts taken in the laminating of wood and things, which did take the lives of some pilots early on, that could have been an even more effective fighting machine. I'd say Fokker DR1 on the First World War. it's something we did see one last Saturday. You know, a replica at Duxford. It's a machine that can bite you. I think, given from what I've heard, it's certainly very challenging on the ground, as all of those sort of very light tailwheel aircraft are.
Well, not even tail wheel, tail skid.
Tail skid, yeah, no, no brakes, and yeah, that's proper flying. How about you? First World War?
Not really something I know very much about.
Okay,
but
give someone else then.
I would. No, I can single out one that I saw for the first time this year, and I just found it different, which was a Caproni CA3 bomber. Enormous, great big thing.
This was, where did you see this? In the
this
museum?
This was at Pratica di Mare. It had been restored specifically for that show.
To fly?
To fly.
I haven't seen video of this.
Only flying example in the world. A replica, technically. It's the largest amateur-built aircraft ever to have flown in Italy.
Engines?
2.
Yeah, okay.
I think.
I've got a sort of vague image in my head of a very stylish fuselage, curvy thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kind of sitting suspended with the 2 wings behind it.
Yeah, okay, biplane, right. Okay, yeah. Now I'm building a picture. I have seen something recently on it, I'm sure.
But very large, and it did a formation display with a SPAD.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I say formation, very loose formation, but nonetheless 2 aircraft in the same bit of sky at more or less the same time. And just seeing something that large and that slow lumbering around the sky.
I suppose the closest equivalent to me would have been the Vimy at UK shows in the
early 2000s, I think the Vimy made it too.
Yeah, right.
Because I've got a vague feeling, and this was long before my time, but I've got a vague feeling that it was up and about for the centenary of flight shows in about 2003.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that rings a bell. And no longer flying, I don't know what the story is there, but yeah, quite a thing to see at places like Shuttleworth, I remember. At Biggin Hill as well, I seem to remember. An extraordinary noise, modern engines in that thing, and not sounding like a Vimy would have done back in the day. But we're getting sidetracked now. What about Second World War then? So,
okay,
favourite aircraft.
Well, there's obvious examples, but then there's a compulsion to try and be interesting and suggest something that most people haven't heard of, isn't there?
Mm-hmm. So tell us more about your psyche then. It will...
Let's just go Mark V Spitfire, clipped wings.
Clipped wings, there you go. Okay.
It's controversial, but it's got to be interesting somehow.
No, the Shuttleworth Collections is a Mark V, isn't it?
Yes, with clipped wings.
Yeah, if you're talking favourite Spitfires, that would be mine. I like the, well, certainly having seen it displayed in the 90s with a bit more roll rate than you might see these days. Yeah, it's clear that was certainly low level or lowish level, that sort of quicker roll rate.
Yeah, and I must say I do like the lines of the relatively early model Spitfires.
Yeah.
We're going to see a PR19 here over the coming days with Griffin engine. I just don't find them as pretty.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I'm struggling for an alternative from Second World War. What was the actual wording of the question? Because it's all important.
Favourite warplane?
Favourite war? See, it's sort of hearing noises over there, and that is the direction of the airport. So. Someone talking about Strike Master pair. Favourite wartime plane? Yeah, I've got nothing for you beyond Spitfire. Yeah, there's that compulsion to try and find something interesting beyond saying clipped wing Spitfire because it's just cool.
But normally when I say clipped wing Spitfire, the reaction from whoever I'm speaking to is it's more than disappointment. I would say it is revulsion.
I've had a similar reaction saying I think a Gladiator sounds better than a Spitfire in the air. There's something about the way that it whistles, all this, the sort of tensioning strings on the two wings. There's a bit of an extra presence to it, and I don't know. I just love the choppiness of that engine, and I think it sounds pretty cool. Gosh, it is clearing really nicely, but it's very, very low cloud, isn't it?
Very low cloud, but we've probably got a good 10 or 20k visibility now.
Yeah. And the question was from who, sorry, Andrew? Benny Y asking if there's any flying today. Not so far, Benny. So it was due to start about 40 minutes ago. The weather not permitting that to take place. We were due to kick off with, was it Tuesday?
Battle of Britain Memorial was due to start the programme at 2 o'clock. I think we're now expecting about a 4 o'clock start to the
Yeah,
flying.
that was a message issued by the organisers an hour or two ago.
But if the weather keeps on improving, it's perfectly possible we might suddenly find we've got the wasp and the swordfish in the airspace, quite possibly.
It's very hard to judge cloud level.
Especially when there's no cloud definition, it is just flat grey.
It's very hard to judge the distance from here. Oh yeah, the wind has swung around completely.
Almost,
so
180 degrees nearly.
coming from the north, which makes a bit more sense considering where the weather was coming from. It was a very strange setup earlier with a southerly wind and rain coming in from the west. So in terms of is flying happening, we're certainly hoping so, or we'd have shut down and gone to the pub. We're still here, stood on the rooftop of a hotel, the Cumberland Hotel, which we're very grateful to for providing this wonderful vantage point of the flying displays we will definitely be seeing over the next few days, and hopefully this afternoon as well.
And just for anyone who missed the running order earlier, if we take the start of the flying display at roughly 4 o'clock as the organisers have predicted, we are expecting to see Tutor, Yak 50, jet-powered Pitts, Spitfire Mustang, Vampire and the Red Arrows in the daytime portion of the show. And then in the nighttime portion of the show we have the RAF Typhoon and then some pyrotechnic displays from Otto the helicopter and the Firebirds.
I'm looking forward to seeing that Yak.
Yes.
It's a very capable aircraft.
It is, isn't it?
Get to
2
see
World Aerobatic Championship titles to its name, and this I just find the most incredible fact about the Yak 50. The examples that were used by the Soviet National Aerobatic Team for the World Aerobatic Championships, they flew them so hard that they were life expired after 50 hours. After 50 hours they were taken out of service and scrapped.
That's got to be one of the lowest ratios of time to build versus time in the air. Although, oh, mind you, I don't know about that. Thinking about it, you think of the complexity of things like SR-71. Well, I wonder, there's got to be some good stats out there on those. That's extraordinary, 50 hours. It's not much of a useful life for any aircraft, is it?
No.
But a very capable aerobatic machine in the hands of Paul Farmer, is that right?
I believe so, yes. Former Yakovlev's pilot in a former Yakovlev's aircraft.
Yeah, so that will be a really nice one to see. We saw a bit of aeros from Yaks at Old Buckenham the other week. The Flying Comrades and my favourite, the Yak 18T, putting on a pretty spirited aerobatic performance on this Sunday.
Yeah.
Of the Old Buckenham show.
Showing off their new display routine for this year. They've all qualified to fly formation aerobatics now as part of the display, so some formation loops in there which we didn't see last year. Yeah, nice to see that particular team developing their show.
Yeah, so that's Yak 18T leading with a couple of 52s behind. The 50 being the single seat variant, that's what we'll see today.
The 50, very much rarer. There's only about 70 or so Yak 50s flying in the world because most of them were built for the former Soviet National Aerobatic Team and then got scrapped.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so probably fairly sought after, but I suppose with the interchangeable spares with the 52 and the likes.
To an extent, but it depends. It depends on a number of things. So first of all, yeah, they've got different landing gear configurations. Yak 50 is tail wheel, Yak 52 is tricycle landing gear with a wheel under the nose. Depends what engine you've got in them, because they both come with a multitude of engine options. The most powerful Yak 50s had something like 450 horsepower. They were twice as powerful as some of the top tier competition aerobatic aircraft that we see today. But then some of them had more standard 300, 350 horsepower or so engines. So it depends on that. For the 52s, it depends who built them, because a lot of them were built under license and would have had different parts in. Yeah.
But yeah, enough out there and in the mix to keep 70 airworthy by the sound of it still today. But that's not a huge number, is it?
No, I was quite surprised when I learned how few there were, because it feels like we see them quite often. But then maybe they are all 52s that I'm normally seeing.
I don't see many Sukhoi aerobatic aircraft around anymore.
Not anymore, no.
I suppose there's so many other more favoured in terms of competition aerobatics. What are they all flying now?
Extra 330s are the absolute top tier now. It's about to be replaced, actually. The replacement for the Extra 330 SC, which is the absolute top level aerobatic aircraft at the moment, was unveiled, I think, at Oshkosh this year.
What?
Extra 330 and then 2 different letters.
Okay. Okay, so still extra. It's interesting how that's sort of regained that title a bit.
Absolutely dominated. I mean, the last 7 World Aerobatic Championships consecutively, bar one, have all been won by extra 330 SCs.
It's pretty dominant, isn't it? It's a long period as well. It's not like it's a, the basic airframe there is not a new one, of course.
No, early 80s, the first extra.
So we're in that sort of plateau of reaching the kind of limits of what a human can put up with, I suppose, in terms of...
We'll be seeing one of the latest extra products here this weekend, because we have the Starlings aerobatic team over the course of the show, not today, I don't think, but over the coming days, and they fly an extra NG, which is the latest 2-seat extra. It's a bit heavier, a bit more inertia. It doesn't have quite the performance of the single-seaters, but still very impressive, and it's a compromise aeroplane because it's more comfortable as a long-distance cruiser or an aerobatic trainer. Glass cockpit as well, so compromise aeroplane, but still immensely impressive when you see it displayed.
The two-ship there with the Edge as well, is it?
Cat 232 is the other one.
Which is an interesting aircraft, sort of pilot and engine a bit closer to the centre of gravity, so you get a real nice gyroscopic kind of capability of that aircraft.
Incredible roll rate, 450 degree per second roll rate.
There you go, rather than me. And someone asked, do we think Yeovilton Air Day will come back? Well, there's just no way of knowing. Certainly hope so. The Navy has expressed an interest. But it did strike me, I've been going through, I've got a load of video files to hit play on when we get bored of talking. And if Andrew can figure out how to play them, he's training him up on a new setup that he'll be using out in Jersey at the moment. The thing that struck me was the shows that we've lost. Going to talk about Yeovilton, which we haven't seen since 2019, unfortunately. COVID initially, and then, long story, but haven't seen Yeovilton for a few years. And just picking out the Bournemouth elements from our British Airshow programmes. So these are programmes we make of all the airshows we go to through an airshow season. We haven't done it since 2018. There's half an edit of a 19 and a 20.
I did half an edit of a 21.
21 was it?
Yeah.
21? Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
It was last year, 22.
It will have been, yeah. So, and 19, I did one. It's a tricky one because it is, and it's not one that immediately. If there's enough people saying they'd like to see a British Airshows 2019 and a British Airshows 2021 released, there are half edits there, and maybe this winter rather, it's something we can get back to.
It was always something I enjoyed collecting.
Yeah, we're not doing physical products anymore, Adam.
Yes, I know.
It is a bit of a shame that you can't have it on the shelf there.
That wasn't a dig, it was just I enjoyed the programme.
And they are nice programmes, as I say. I was going through them to find the Bournemouth clip, and it generally sat between the likes of, where did Top Gear used to shoot? Dunsfold. But Dunsfold was Shoreham. And prior to that, like Sunderland and Yeovilton, and just prior was, it would be Dawlish, places like Dawlish, that we'd do an overnight scurry, or even afternoon scurry, do the daytime flying display at Dawlish and come here for the evening, which we managed once. It might even be the 2010 video that you've got available there.
2 air shows in one day.
Yeah, on different locations. It's quite, a bit of a trek. It's a bit daft doing it really, but it worked. And Dawlish was another one like this, where you have that wonderful vantage point available to you to get up high, look down on things like the Red Arrows, so synchro aircraft heading directly towards you, having done a synchro cross and then pulling up over your head as it. I'm not sure, probably wouldn't happen anymore, I suspect, given the sort of limitations on outside crowds, was the terminology. Quite careful now about display elements of the display occurring over secondary crowds. That's the word I was looking for. But yeah, wonderful vantage point. Sounds like Adrian's got a lovely view. The rain covers are coming off the Royal Air Force marquees. So someone thinks it's worth getting their waterproofs off. And,
Yeah. Well, it's looking quite bright, and I wonder. We can see the sun through the cloud. It's a very thin cloud, clearly.
Before you ask the question, the sun cream is in the grip box.
Okay, thank you. I was about to ask the question.
And my hat is in a truck somewhere because I didn't think I'd need it today.
I think it's possibly a bit premature to put sun cream on. I'm just going to curse everyone if I do that.
Even on a day like today, where especially in August, July, August.
No, I am careful about it.
I am too. I'll try to be. Yeah, it's looking very picturesque all of a sudden. Quite clear horizon. That's more than 20k. That's just, you see France from here. That's a joke. But yeah, it's cleared up very nicely. The cloud not getting any higher though, although there are bigger gaps. Inland looks pretty grim. Looks like it's still raining a little further north.
So, Angus, I spotted, asked a question that provoked some thought from me.
Hold on. We have to respond to this poshest YouTubers thing. So we need to, loosen up a bit.
No, thank you.
Sorry, Angus said what?
Angus asks, what do we prefer, flat shows or full shows? And on the surface, that's straightforward. Full shows are better, they're full shows, of course they're better. But then I had a second thought, which was flat shows are easier to film. And therefore, I enjoy them more in the moment.
Yeah, that is a challenging one. As soon as you go, this plane here has its challenges, especially when a fast jet's roaring past at 600 knots. It's a challenge to remain tight in on the aircraft, and that's why we have a wide-angle camera, give you a bit of context of speed as well with the ground reference. But Adam and I tending to favour the tight camera. I think that's where the fun happens really. And a lower level display on just this axis is easier.
It's easier. And thinking back to Riyadh this year, the typhoon on the Friday in awful conditions, ripping around under that low cloud on full afterburner, that was quite memorable. And actually, there's a number of moments like that come to mind where I go, that was one of the best bits of the show. Do you remember the Italian tornado at Riyadh 2017? Hooning around in.
I remember the colour scheme, and I remember the footage certainly of very dark skies and the reheat and the colour scheme popping on that dark background. So that was a low display, was it? And
well, it would have been because the cloud base was about 1,000 feet, if that.
Very similar to that typhoon display where you're sort of looking at it thinking, are we going to get anything? But each of these acts will have their own minimum. So the height has to be a certain level, the visibility has to be a certain level between where they're coming from and here and on the show site. So lots of limitations that are all very strict and sensible, and if it doesn't meet them, you don't fly. And so what we're talking about really here is you don't fly, or you might have to fly a lower show, if crowd level's not permitting a higher show. Regular viewers will be familiar with this with the likes of the Red Arrows. But then again, if we're getting down to the sorts of cloud level we're in now, clearly it's not been within anyone's flyable limitations today. It's gorgeous.
There are little bits of blue sky, I think.
Yeah.
Tiny specks of it.
Cross your fingers, guys. We're going to get some flying this afternoon. I can feel it in my bones.
I think we might.
Certainly very broken cloud now at the level that it's at, which is, it's less than 1,000 feet, but I won't.
So yes, if that 4 o'clock start time is correct, there's a little over an hour to go, and then hopefully we can bring you pictures of aeroplanes flying around the sky of Bournemouth.
Rather than us nattering on. How many of you are watching?
Oh, I hate to think.
There's a good 400 of you. Bless you for tuning in and crossing your fingers with us as we hope with anticipation for some flying this afternoon. Angus saying it's amazing how many disappeared. How cool it would be if there were Riyadh shows. Riyadh had an evening show, that would be nice.
I've just seen the single greatest compliment I've ever received in my life, which is Louise Harper has written, "Hello Ian and Ben."
Oh, Ben and Al maybe, yes. So we should introduce ourselves then. You even spelled my name right as well, so you've done your research. I'm Ian Campbell. I run Planes TV. It's started by my father. We should really get on at some point. He's under a tent at the moment, but he started it in the late 80s, and I knew nothing better than summer weekends at air shows. And here we find ourselves soggy wet on a roof of the wonderful Cumberland Hotel in Bournemouth. And this is Adam.
Very flattered that I might have been mixed up with Ben Donnell, but no, I joined the Planes TV team a couple of years ago as a camera operator primarily.
Yeah, but Adam's got much greater skills than that. Fantastic writer, and done a lot of research on the display acts that we are going to see shortly at Bournemouth, and will be providing you with some commentary during that flying. It's going to be a long 4 days. The thing about these sort of longer shows, I did enjoy it with the likes of Farnborough, where you would do 7 days, having done 7 days already at React. You kind of, by day 14, you kind of know what you're doing. And it's not to say that we don't know today what we're doing. It's the same setup we use, very similar setup to we use at most shows. But every time it's slightly different, what you can actually see. We do have a bit of a limitation off to the west in terms of what we can see from the rooftop here. And figuring out how you adjust, how you compromise around those differences in setup. It takes a little while, so by Sunday we'll have figured it out. But you'll probably not notice, but we'll feel a lot more comfortable by Sunday.
We will. Towards the end of a show, it's always slightly more relaxed in a way that I hope no one other than us notices.
Yeah. It's all the weather as well. It's the it's all coming back to me now. Those longer shows, the likes of Eastbourne and things. It's been a while. I suppose Rare too. We're there for 7 days.
Yeah.
But
and that's always good fun.
Yeah, but that is the setup that we use at every show. That's the most refined setup, if you like, because it is Air Tattoo. It's the biggest. It's the biggest military air show in the world, and only NATO Days really covers it in terms of breadth of displays for us and the ones that I cover anyway. But the kit, the trailer, the setup at the show site, we've used the same since 2015 really, and prior to that at other air shows. So that's kind of plonk it there, switch it on, we know what we're doing thing. But the likes of Eastbourne back in the day and up here on the roof at Bournemouth, it's kind of a bit more, I was going to say Heath Robinson, but that doesn't sound very professional, so I will say it's a bit different. And it sort of takes a little while to get into the swing of things. I see Matt saying that the Red Arrows are over Northampton, so yeah.
That must be the second group, because didn't we get one group already arriving into Bournemouth?
I see, there you go, okay.
But they do sometimes.
Could even just be one. Not many of them pop up on the online offerings. Stephen's asking me, are there plans to digitise any of the old shows for TGG Chivener? There's a bit of Chivener on the website, on the subscription service from 1990. There were very, very good plans, not organised plans, but to digitise some of that older stuff, which I think, Adrian's over our shoulders here, and he shot the bulk of that material using professional kit and spent far too many hours stood out in fields filming aeroplanes. He sort of developed a really good skill for it. So there's some really, really nice stuff from the mid-90s and slightly earlier, shots early on on SVHS and then on a broadcast standard through the latter part of that decade. And we're kind of set out. I'm really well set up for SVHS now, and I know that sounds like a pretty poor quality medium, but actually the material is pretty wonderful. And putting on a set of headphones particularly, and you would always use a stereo pair of mics set out on an airfield, clear of any speakers, and just sitting and you are there. Because it's all analog audio, still is, I suppose, but you immediately drop into the long grass of Bingham Hill, and you kind of you can hear the Jaguar in the distance, and it's very, very enticing, don't know, it's very entertaining. So I'm really selling it, but I do need to get on and start capturing some more of those tapes. Did do a batch the previous winter, unfortunately I was unwell for 3 months this winter, and I lost the opportunity to do what I'd hoped to do, which was capture some of our stuff from 30 years ago. So we are talking 30 years, 1993. We haven't done much from that year at all, so I'm trying to do this as we go through, sort of 93 this year, 94 next, 95 the next. hoping a little bit more quickly than that, just because the tapes are that old now. That I mean, I should say that these have been digitised previously. They've gone on to DVD, but I'm hoping to do it in a slightly better quality way, so that you can really get some of the atmosphere that I'm trying to describe. Chivern's a good one though. If there's a particular one you'd like captured, let me know, because I'm very happy to pop it at the top of the list, especially if you're a channel member.
I was going to say, on the subject of archive footage, I have spotted a message from Arthur Two Sheds Jackson, who says, "Is the Canberra displaying?" Well, there hasn't been a Canberra in an airworthy condition in the UK for about a decade now, but you will have.
Is it that long?
I think it's about 2014 or thereabouts
That's
that the Canberra.
That's extraordinary.
And that was a decade ago now. Difficult though that is to believe, but you will have plenty of Canberra footage on watch.planestv.com, some of it from around 2014, but some of it considerably older than that.
Yeah, absolutely. The bit that leaps to my mind is the Raspberry Ripple Canberra registration. I can't remember, coming around the bend at, it feels like St Morgan or something like that in the mid-90s. I think that is on the subscription service. It could even be 1990 actually, which would probably put it still in, no, I think that's probably in civilian hands by then. The Canberra, of course, went on till 2009, I think, retired, or six. Is the PR variant, the longest serving RAF aircraft type. I think that's right, unless you start including BBMF assets, maybe. Don't know. But yeah, sadly not one we see. You'll have to go to Australia to enjoy a Canberra in the skies.
There's a Canberra over there. But didn't we see the old mid-air squadron Canberra when we went to Kemble a few months ago for the Buccaneer fast taxi? I've got a vague memory of a Canberra on the jet band next to us.
Yeah, it was there, and there might even be the other PR9. I mean, I was there when 2 or 3 of them were retired from RAF service and delivered to Kemble, Cotswold Airport. So there's probably bits of PR9 scattered all over. Sadly, the mid-air operation not continuing beyond about 20. Yeah, I think it's
2014, and their hunters went to Jordan to join the new Jordanian heritage flight at Aqaba.
Interesting.
Based with the Royal Jordanian Falcons. Wouldn't it be nice to see them do a European goodwill tour at some point?
Wouldn't it just? I'd love to see those hunters again. Oh, very nice. Yeah, sadly not an aircraft we see very much anymore in the UK.
I was just about to say, I don't think there's been a hunter display in the UK since 2015.
Yeah.
We had some nice hunter fly past on arrival to Riyadh a couple of times.
Yeah, sort of semi-civilian hands, that one. That would be the Hawk Hunter Aviation based at Scampton, and now
Waddington.
Waddington.
I think they've gone to Waddington.
Interesting. So that operation, a sort of civilian operation that
but aircraft on the military register.
Yeah. So we often see the Hunter on a static display at Air Tattoo. Look at that, sunshine. That means blue sky, ladies and gents. So the weather really improving very, very nicely. It's 3 o'clock now. We'd seen the prediction that the weather would improve by about 4 o'clock to hopefully allow a bit of flying. Cloud level's really the limiting factor, but as I say, there's a big hole in the cloud at the moment.
Yeah, we've got quite a substantial bit of blue sky there, but we can see some lower clag passing through
as well. It's very dark inland, so that will affect aircraft coming from other places. Might just ask Adrian to turn his talkback microphone off while he's on the phone, because it's slightly distracting, as you might well imagine, while we're trying to. Well, we're not trying to do anything here, really. We're just stalling.
Time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, in terms of Canberras, there was a hope that the Vulcan to the Sky operation would get the record-breaking Canberra airborne. That's, as far as I know, still at Doncaster.
As is the Vulcan, despite talk of an enforced move at one point.
There was, yeah. Yeah, that all went a bit quiet, didn't it? Yeah, sad to see that Canberra. Maybe there's work going on, who knows? But I don't get the impression that we're about to see that one leap into the air here in the UK. It's a challenge, isn't it? Especially aircraft of that vintage. Engines were the issue.
I've seen for myself now the challenge of operating a classic jet. I went to visit one for the day, and the hope was to see it flying, and the sheer number of things that went wrong that were solved one by one, and then something else went wrong, and then something else went wrong, and it ended up with a ridiculous situation where the tyre had, the inner tube had burst, and they needed a new inner tube, and this particular type of aircraft, it took them 6 months in the end to find a replacement inner tube, because the supply is just so small. And the next problem will be tyres. They're about to run down their tyre stockpile, and yeah, Dunlop can open up a new line, but it needs someone to order several hundred of them, and there aren't enough operators of that aircraft type to justify that kind of production run.
Yeah.
So yeah, at some point the tyres will run out. They're just counting down the number of flight hours before the inevitable end, sadly.
I don't anticipate that vintage, that era of aircraft to head the way that the Second World War aircraft have, the Spitfires and Hurricanes now as well, that we see coming off the production line. Is it fair to say that? You know, these are restored aircraft, but their capability exists basically to build a whole new one.
Yeah, and some of them are complete new builds. You see that with the Spitfire and the FW190, built totally from scratch, not an original part in them.
262 as well. That is,
262.
that is very different though. We're talking about newer engines now, although that's a bit of an obscure example. Engines, I suppose, is a bit of a challenge there still. No one's building new Merlins that I'm aware of.
That's a good point. And for the classic jets, speaking of engines, one of the problems there is the engine might be in perfectly good working order, but a lot of them start with cartridges, and the cartridges are running out. So how do you turn it on? You'd need to put an electric starter motor in there, and that's very expensive.
People have done with Hunters and things, but yeah, it's a expensive thing. Yeah. I can see steam rising from the puddles on the roof here. There's a bit of a heat, and the three coats I'm wearing.
I was considering taking my coat off. I saw Adrian's been walking around in a t-shirt.
Did you really?
Yeah, brave man, because it's not that warm.
I'll tell you stories of walking around in a Constellation over the Atlantic in a t-shirt, if you're not careful. Yes, Monty's talking about English Electric Lightnings. I compel you, if you've got a spare few minutes, to go and check out the XL724, which is Lightning that landed back at Binbrook, so home of the Lightnings, really, the last station operating the type. XL724 landed there in 1992. I was there, so was my old man. I think he was probably chairman of the association that brought it to Binbrook at the time, and there's a wonderful bunch of people. You talk about, inner tubes and the likes to get an aircraft airworthy. Well, all the guys are trying to do is preserve that jet and get it to a runnable condition. Now, I do air quotes. Sorry if that's posh, by the way, if you're still watching. For all they're trying to do, because it's a huge undertaking. An aircraft that's had spells of people looking after it, but a huge amount of time outside now. The vast majority of the time since 1992 outside. They've now got the aircraft undercover, so they built it's kind of prefab. You'd call it a temporary hangar, I suppose, but compared to the elements of the Lincolnshire Wolds, it's an extraordinary luxury for that aircraft now, and the guys are working hard to repaint the aircraft and get it running again. So check out XL74 on Facebook. It's a really good follow. They're doing regular updates now with lots of nice pictures and kind of getting to know the team, and I don't know, it warms my heart to see people who will have worked on the type in RAF service, still feeling that hunger to keep working on the aircraft.
This ties in nicely to a question from Brad, who said if we could bring back one aircraft to fly at an air show, what would it be? And for me, I think it would have to be English Electric Lightning, because I've got two at the top of my list, or I had two at the top of my list, which was Starfighter and Lightning. I ticked off Starfighter earlier this year. It's got to be a Lightning now.
Would be good. It would be good. I mean, I grew up a few miles away from the base. The funny thing is, though, I wasn't really old enough to enjoy them. I can't really remember seeing a Lightning fly, and so maybe I would like to witness a Lightning solo. But the thing is, I don't think you'd ever see it thrown around as you might have done in RAF times, for good reason. You'd want to treat it very carefully. There are airframes out there with a decent amount of fatigue index left, but I don't know. I don't know. Careful what you wish for, isn't it? It's almost a bit like the Vulcan again, where the displays sometimes were it was very varied over the time, shall we say, that the Vulcan was flying, and some of them were just jaw-droppingly exciting, and some weren't. But Vulcan would probably be up there, but I think we've done that really.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen enough Vulcan, and if I could bring back lots of aircraft, of course the Vulcan would be on the list, but if we're in this hypothetical world allowed to bring one back, it's going to be something I haven't seen before.
I mean, mine would be something weird and extraordinary, I think.
Blackbird would be another one quite high up.
Yeah. I'm going to have a little think on that. I saw it, I'm just going to have to find this image. One of my obscure aviation follows on Twitter posted a picture of an interwar period biplane. It was very overweight. Oh, it was the first of the, what's the bomber mafia guy called? This is pre-Second World War. All these things will come back to me when I've not got a camera pointing at me. But there's some pretty obscure, like one-off prototype aircraft, like the French.
Some of the
stuff.
French stuff is insane.
Have
you ever been to the museum at Le Bourget?
Yes, yeah.
And there's just some unrecognisable aircraft in there, ramjet
What's that,
prototypes from the
thing?
50s and 60s, and
with the air intake around the
yes, that's the one, and the kind of transparent 360-degree cockpit canopy.
Extraordinarily large. What's the word? Jet pipe.
There's so much French technology of that era that is just mad, and it nearly works. It would have worked really well if it had just been a bit less bonkers.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of those hearing about. That would be fun. Oh, and what's that supersonic test bed that we had, the Brits had? They reckon
the one that came before the Bell X-1.
Yes, and they of the
and
models.
The technology was given to the Americans
Yeah.
on the understanding there would be a swap, and the Americans just took the information and went, "Yeah, brilliant, thank you, goodbye,"
and broke the sound.
Yeah.
And were first to break the sound barrier. And I think a model of a scale model. They were flying over the Channel. And they think one went supersonic, but they don't know because it broke up. And
Same with the Spitfire. There was one Spitfire that might have gone supersonic. There were a couple of in a dive, uncontrollable dive, and a couple of more convincing potential supersonic flights in early jets in America in the weeks before Chuck Yeager officially broke the record. But because the recording wasn't accurate enough, they couldn't be officially ratified as the first breaking of the sound barrier.
So I will Google later what on earth that aircraft is that I'm picturing. Ethan saying Rich Goodwin is out from Gloucester Airport. He's probably heading east, Ethan. I think he's on the schedule over at Marham. Although, what time was he due here?
Good question. It does say that he's coming here after displaying at Marham.
Yeah.
But Rich is due here at 16:38, so that's what, an hour and a half from now? Yeah.
It's sounding pretty tight if he's doing Marham and back down. But I mean, weather's got to be. I haven't really looked at the rest of the country. Why would I?
Good shout here from Timon, who says if we could bring one back, it would probably be TSR2.
Oh, there we go. Do you know, I found myself watching the IWM do some fantastic YouTube content these days, and I've often seen they're doing wonderful numbers of views, having all the physical assets they have in the museum, TSR2 being one of them, but also the archive of video that I would love to play with. Having some nice cutaways of some really, really crystal clear video of some of the test flights of that aircraft. Don't want to send everyone away to look up other Facebook pages and play other videos, but the TSR2 piece on the IWM's YouTube channel is a really good one.
And on the similar sort of theme, the Canadian equivalent, the Avro Arrow, which also got cancelled in similar circumstances, that would be quite a sight.
It would, and you wonder what sort of airshow performer it would have been. They'd sort of, it's extraordinarily fast aircraft that you'd never see, you never see that aspect of its full potential, but we're talking about a fairly short wingspan, so potentially quite a sort of high wing loading. So I suppose the turns would have been quite big. It would have been a bit of a Lightning-esque display, I think, sort of slightly larger.
Well, yes. We've seen MiG-21s and the like at React that do take several counties to get turned around. The F-104 I saw earlier this year was the same. It was a full 5 or 6 minutes between each pass, it felt like.
Wow. It's a bit of an odd one, that one, isn't it? Because it was, this is enjoyable. Please do keep the questions coming.
Yeah,
it's
we might actually make it through till 4 o'clock.
We'll be exhausted. By the time we have to pick up a camera, we'll have nothing left.
It's only 45 minutes. Be strong, power through. It's
I mean,
fine.
well, it is worth pointing out that, of course, we'd have been live for best part of.
went
do
live
some
at
maths
1,
here.
didn't we?
Goodness, we'd have been live for about 4 hours if we were at SSO. We'd have. So we're used to long days. Mind you, we will be live till 9, won't we? So
We will.
It's gonna be a long
They
day.
go on late here at Bournemouth, and there is a roughly 2-hour gap between the end of the evening, at the end of the afternoon block of flying, and the start
Normally.
of the.
I don't suppose they'll. I don't know that they've ever filled that gap, have they, in the past?
No. I'm sure there's activities down on the seafront, in the RAF village and the various other
But
ground
it's
attractions.
safe to assume that if someone's slot time was 2:30, it's come and gone, and wait till tomorrow, chaps. I think.
Yeah.
One programme which has a special place is Woodford 1993. Yes, I was one of the VHS tapes that introduced me to shows when I was little. Oh, how interesting, Angus. Now, 93, so we're talking... Was there a lightning on the deck that year, or was that the year... It must have been the year before, which would have been the year of the Spitfire crash as well, sadly. 93. Perhaps that was F-18. I think there was a United States Navy carrier out in... Is that
My sister
Hey,
is
nice.
watching the live stream and sending lots of comments.
Any of them broadcastable?
Oh yeah, she just wants to know what time the planes are.
Yeah, well, don't we all?
Yeah.
Sorry, Hannah, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Hannah. No one's quite sure yet. Although it's cleared very nicely.
Yeah,
Huge patch
this
of blue.
Certainly displayable conditions at the moment, and between here and Bournemouth Airport also.
Yeah.
That's an eminently transitable flight.
I think we're going to see some flying in the not too distant future. We should probably be listening to George Bacon, who's providing commentary here on the show site, because maybe they'll be starting to update people round about now.
I think we'll hear it when they activate the speakers along the top of the cliffs.
Yeah.
We'll hear quite clearly.
Mark Adrian asking about... yeah, I've heard that story about the gnat flying with a blown fuse. Do you know about this? So there's a few. Well, I've heard this, third hand from various airshow commentators over the year when we've seen gnat displays. The Red Arrows, of course, flying the gnat until
80, 81.
Yeah, it'd be before I was born. Yeah. And the gnats, got an incredible roll rate. More incredible.
Oh,
it
I
turns
have
out,
heard this. Yes.
if you take a particular fuse out
Yes.
the system. And it was, they got told, no, you must fly with that fuse in. So, of course, they blew the fuses and put them back in. And we're still flying with the fuse, but still got the roll rate.
Incredible.
That's the story,
roll
anyway. I have
rate.
no idea how true it is.
I have also heard that, and moreover, I've heard that pilots in other squadrons, I say squadrons, instructors in training units, I suppose, would sometimes remove the fuse in order to feel what it was like to be a Red Arrow and do some red-style twinkle rolls and then put it back in before anybody notices. Whether this is true or not, I don't think many people know.
Philip Thorley, reflecting on what a Gloucester Javelin would have been like as an airshow performer as well. And that's the sort of, if we're bringing things back from the dead, you want it to be a good airshow performer, don't you? And it's probably going to be another one that sort of takes an age to turn and actually was best suited doing its high-level interceptor role rather than tearing around the low-level skies at an airshow.
Buccaneer would be fun because they're good at low level.
Oh yeah, and you could get a ride in one. Maybe two-seater. Yes, that has to be on the specification. TSR2 fits.
So
Do I
we're
wanna
only
go
bringing
back
back
to-
aircraft that are big enough for one or both of us to also be in them.
I probably want to go supersonic. I like TSR2. Good suggestion, whoever that was. Yeah, we had the B-52 pass last year, didn't we? I don't think there's anything on the itinerary yet.
I'm not expecting any surprises in that respect this year.
We had Angus continuing to reflect on Woodford 1993. He's filling me in. It's Su-27s, DC-6 Buccaneer. I can't remember the DC-6, but Buccaneer. And he says, also appalling weather. Now, I do remember appalling weather. I'd only been 9 years old at that point, and Dad would have been filming from a VW-LT. There's a nice, in the video we played to start this show, there's a nice still picture of Adrian filming from the roof of that with the Aviation Action banner. You can just see my legs dangling off the edge, and I think that might actually be at Woodford, could even have been that year. That's where I'd have spent my summers. And I can remember when the weather got abysmal, as it often did at Woodford, I'd be inside and you could see the rain dribbling down. I can picture it very, very vividly because I spent so long sat in the back of that LT watching the rain dribble down and kind of seeping in the bottom of the windows in this slightly dodgily put together VW LT camper van. Oh, happy days though.
May I interrupt with an unwelcome suggestion?
Yes, because I have got quite badly sidetracked.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it'd be a good idea if you set that coupon code up.
Oh yeah.
And I put some sun cream on, and then we can reconvene here in 5 minutes or so and continue chatting to people.
Andrew, how comfortable do you feel about playing that Bournemouth material? So slightly new setup for Andrew, which we've briefed but not pushed the buttons on. As I was saying earlier, I've been digging around looking for some Bournemouth material to share with you. We've been recording here since the event started, really, or perhaps the year after it started.
2007 or 2008, that was the first year.
Was it? Okay, so it might have been a couple of years before we got here. I think 2010
was the first year with a night show, as far as I remember, and it was pretty much the first big night show in the country.
Yeah.
This was right at the cusp of night show innovation.
Yeah.
And hopefully we'll see one tonight. If you're not familiar, they're a magical sight. Aircraft launching fireworks mid-display.
Yeah, it's real special, and if we get the weather for it, the sun's moved around in the dusk light, it's quite magical. Yeah, so what's the earliest year you've got there, Andrew? 2010, it is 2010, so I reckon this might have been the year that we skedaddled from Dawlish to here, maybe. Well, let's try it anyway. We'll play a bit of that and then we'll probably leave you enjoying the view over Bournemouth for a little while whilst we get a few things set up, ready for hopefully some flying later this afternoon.
We just made it from Dawlish in time for the evening show there. Evening shows are becoming especially popular at the seaside. It's a wonderful extra dimension to their events. Come show day itself, there really wasn't much evidence that this was a late August summer weekend. The event had to cope with appalling weather conditions when there was very little that was able to fly. There was one man up to the task though, national aerobatic champion Gerald Cooper in his Cap 232, and he did his very best to reward the audience for sticking it out in the miserable weather. The Royal Marines were also, of course, able to put on their beach assault. Would you expect anything less?
sticking with us through can we call it a dull period of an air show when you don't get any flying? I think it's fair to call it a fairly dull period. Unfortunately, flying not able to take place at the expected time of 2 o'clock until now.
Yeah, and we think the weather is now looking reasonably positive. The cloud is still fairly low but broken. There is some blue sky around. The visibility is no problem at all anymore.
And as I said earlier, it's quite useful. We've got a lot of jobs going on here, you know, okay, we've got to talk to you guys, but I'll be on camera in a moment and Adam's going to talk you through the displays. So we're not really, other than staring at the sky and listening out, we're not in a normal situation that we would be at an air show with a flying display director within nudging reach and an air show commentator who's generally keeping his ear to the ground, or his or her ear to the ground, on what exactly is taking place. So it's quite useful hopping onto the chat now and then. I just saw someone mention, in fact I should credit them. Where was it?
It's about the Yak 50.
The Yak, yeah, so it was Timon saying Yak 50 up, so quickly hop onto ADSB and yeah, lo and behold there's a Yak 50 up to the northwest.
Due to display for us here, according to this version of the schedule, which is 2 days old now, at 16:28, so that's still half an hour away.
Conceivable,
but
bit
it
of a
could
weather
be in the
check
hold
maybe.
early. Could be a weather check. We are expecting to see the RAF Tutor T1 first, as per this 2-day-old schedule that I've been supplied with. Entirely possible that things could have changed. Maybe a couple of things bought earlier to accommodate some of the morning.
I think it's a bit of jeopardy. It makes it more fun, doesn't it, that we haven't got a clue what's going on. It's a lot more interesting.
It certainly makes life a little bit more stressful for us.
A little bit, yeah. But, you know, the weather has improved, so we're certainly hoping to see some flying this afternoon. And bless you all for sticking with this period of relatively quiet, well, zero flying.
Yeah,
here
an
at
air
Airborne.
show without the actual show in the air so far. But we should probably explain why we're isolated from the flying display director and the commentator and so on, and that is because we are currently on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel, which is one of the hotels up on the cliff tops here, with an absolutely splendid view down towards the sea. Some of the flying will be taking place on level with us, possibly even beneath us, but that does mean we are disconnected from the commentary system and from the organisation of the show generally. We're sort of independent up here.
But it does emphasise the spectacular views that we get at Bournemouth. So we're that bit higher, looking down on displays, and I'm afraid Adam and I, and Adrian is the chief nerd when it comes to video material of aeroplanes. You know, I'm afraid it does drive us, the idea of getting some unique or different vantage point from which to record a flying display is basically what I wake up thinking about after my children, you know. But it's a really nice vantage point up here. So for displays even such as the Typhoon, you know, you get a little extra bit of ground reference low in the frame.
Very occasionally, especially out to the sides. We have been known to get, I think, a landlocked image of the Lancaster at some point from this vantage point. Yeah, up against the hills on one of the headlands. There's some quite substantial headlands to either side of us, and as the Lancaster comes round for its lower passes, banking round the corner, relatively distant, it does appear fully landlocked. I'm fairly certain of that.
Yeah, and we were hoping to see the Lancaster. They were due to kick things off at 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, that's not possible due to weather conditions here at Bournemouth, but they are improving, and as predicted by the airshow organisers and the team down here, 4 o'clock was looking pretty promising, and it certainly is doing now.
Yeah.
The cloud level has increased significantly. The inland it is still a bit patchy, but we've got a lovely flyable situation for some display assets.
And the good news is that this is a 4-day show. The weather forecast for the next 3 days is infinitely better than today. Sunday's forecast especially is for blue skies, so anything that we have missed today, we're going to have ample opportunity to film it for you again and bring you all of those performances. The next 2 days going out for free here on YouTube, and then Sunday going out on watch.planestv.com for members there, but also for YouTube channel members. So you do need to pay something to see Sunday's stream, but we do hope you'll join us for it.
And before you rush off to sign up for PTV On Demand, that's the watch.planestv.com thing that Adam mentioned. There we go, last of the day, I promise. There is a coupon set up now. That's what I went away and did. So if you enjoy our coverage here at Bournemouth, if you like the idea of playing back some of our back catalogue of air shows, which thanks to that man stretch back 34 years, much of that is available on our streaming service at watch.plainstv.com. If you sign up before midnight Sunday, basically, there's a coupon on the site which will get you your first month for just £5. That's the same price as membership here on YouTube, so you can do either of them basically to get access to our live broadcast on Sunday. So we're free to view here live today and tomorrow and on Saturday, but on Sunday, if you'd like to join us, we'll be streaming on watch.plainstv.com, and if you use the coupon code Bournemouth with a capital B, you'll get your first month for 50% off, so it's just £5.
What's the difference between channel membership and watch.plainstv.com subscription?
So the channel membership on YouTube is a fairly limited offering, I'll be honest. It really just gives you that little icon next to your name in the chat, gives you that warm glow of knowing that you're encouraging me and the team to come out and do more free-to-view content on YouTube, because YouTube's a sort of more viable proposition for us because people are supporting in that way through channel memberships. The benefit of PTV On Demand is it does give you that back catalogue, access to that back catalogue, so there's no increased access beyond the Sunday live stream on YouTube for YouTube channel members, but for PTV On Demand subscribers you get access to that back catalogue. Is this making any sense? It made sense in my head. It's a bit of a trial of the membership system with a live broadcast, and if loads of you sign up over the next 3 days and that seems viable, maybe that's something we'll explore for the future. Yeah, channel membership, that coupon code again, just use the word Bournemouth with a capital B as a coupon code on watch.plainstv.com, and you can subscribe there, get access to our back catalogue. It gives you a month, so it's a recurring subscription, it's £10 a month normally. Your first month will be 50% off, so £5 gives you access to the broadcast on Sunday, but of course our back catalogue as well. And I should say, the live broadcast from Duxford in a couple of weeks' time. Which way around are we? Yes, 2 weeks' time. Which will be going out on that service as well. That's the September Battle of Britain Air Show at Duxford. So for a £5, you get your Bournemouth live broadcast and all of Duxford as well. Don't tell too many people, because I like to sell some of those at full price. But yeah, use the coupon code Bournemouth with a capital B on watch.plainstv.com to join us on Sunday or become a channel member. So that Yak 50, as quick as it appeared, disappeared on ADSB. But
we are expecting it at some point, about half an hour from now I think it was. But shall we run through what we are expecting to see?
A good idea.
Over the next couple of hours. We've got an afternoon block of flying displays. There's 2 afternoon blocks. The first one unfortunately scrubbed due to weather, but the second block we are expecting, as far as we know, to see all or most of these aircraft fly. It's the Royal Air Force Tutor T1, then the Yak 50 flown by Paul Farmer, former Yakovlev's pilot and aircraft. Rich Goodwin in the jet pits. Then we've got the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight with a Spitfire PR-19 and P-51D Mustang. The Vampire FB-52 of the Royal Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron. Then at 17:30 we have the Red Arrows closing the afternoon flying display. There's a roughly 2-hour gap at that point, and then we come back for the third and final block of the day, which is the evening show starting at 19:45 with the Royal Air Force Typhoon FGR-4, hopefully the Blackjack special scheme if it's been fixed post-Radom. And then we have pyrotechnic displays from the Firebirds with a pair of RB-4s firing fireworks from the aircraft in flight. Otto, the helicopter, that is just an airborne firework launch platform. It's the aircraft's sole purpose in life. Is to Brendan, the pilot, he calls his display the Skygasm because of the explosive effect. And then we've got the Tigers parachute display team closing the show. Should be finished and all wrapped up by about 9 o'clock.
And all we can do is cross our fingers and hope that we get that weather window for the evening display. It is what makes Bournemouth particularly special. Yeah. You know, a few nights of these night air flying displays with the sun having moved round the natural amphitheatre of the shoreline here, and the wonderful backdrop of the ocean. It's quite a special thing to bear witness to. So I hope we can bring you that.
We call them night displays kind of colloquially. Of course they're not, apart from I think the Tigers might be able to jump at true night time, but any manned aircraft, is not allowed to display at night in the UK. Technically, they're all displaying during twilight, which is from sunset until 30 minutes after sunset, and that is the point when night officially starts. I think, from our point of view, that's a good thing, because the sky is often full of colour, considerably more photogenic than the true night displays, which I've seen in many other countries, and yeah, I prefer seeing them with a little bit of light in the sky, dark enough for the fireworks to stand out, but still a bit of cloud definition and colour. Yeah,
bettered only by the period that we're having the sort of gap. You know, that slightly earlier evening period is in terms of, I'm nerding out on the photography aspects again, I'm afraid. You know, when the sun's a little bit lower in the sky, it warms up, and it's in the right place then as well, so it's lighting the displays for us. But yeah, we'll take a evening display. If actually that Red Arrows display at 5:30, you're getting on, you know, with September nearly.
September tomorrow.
Is it? Yeah. It's sort of later on in the year now, so the sun's a bit lower in the sky. So yeah, it should be some pretty. Well, who knows what we're going to get? This is the beauty of doing 4 days of it. Come Sunday, we'll have had at least a display or two in the optimum conditions that I'm picturing in my head. Yeah, some lovely displays you mentioned there, particularly Otto, as you pointed out. That thing is nuts. It
really is.
Yeah.
It is, or it was, I should say, it was the aircraft that could carry the most pyrotechnics of any aircraft in the world, and it kind of leapfrogs with. Have you ever seen Jacob Hollander's AgCat?
Is this the Scandinavian thing? Yeah,
the one with the lasers on.
Yeah.
And they leapfrog each other.
Oh, I have seen it once in out in Al-Ain.
Yes,
12 years ago
I've only ever seen it in the Middle East.
Yeah, I wonder why we don't get to see that over here. That would be quite something. Probably,
yes, it's quite expensive.
Yeah, perhaps so. Maybe Otto, slightly cheaper option when it comes to chucking up a load of fireworks here at Bournemouth, but we'll take
cheaper to operate a Schweitzer 300 than an AgCat.
And lots of pyros, but lots of smoke as well. Really good smoke system.
Very powerful smoke system, and a light that shines backwards into it. And we had it last time. I said, before Otto flew away, I said, people are going to say in the chat that the aircraft is on fire. And it flew away, and the chat filled up with people saying the aircraft is on fire. No, it's not. It's a lighting effect, but it does look cool.
Yeah, and it does look like, that is what it looks like. I remember my son saying the same thing watching it. Max Bank angle. This could be Brendan in the chat here. Also carries more ordnance than a fully loaded Typhoon. I like it. Where are the weather?
I can tell you if it was Brendan or not in the chat. Was it full of lots of emojis, Union Jacks, many different faces, and inexplicably some dogs?
No, it was no.
Okay, it wasn't Brendan.
And a hawk or two. Yeah. No, it was. It's Max Bankangle. Thank you, Max, for your comments, and do join the chat. It's can be a bit of an odd thing to do, but you'll find it a pretty fun and friendly place. Thank you, Chris, who's popped on to just keep an eye on things, because you can get spam on there and things. But yeah, it's quite a nice way of sharing an interest with other people. The chat on the live broadcast, sharing as I was reminiscing with Angus earlier about Woodford 1993. I dare say there's plenty of other people in the chat who remember events such as that. There's quite a lot of Bournemouths now to reminisce over as well, over a decade of, as you say, what we've been into.
And what a show it became so quickly. I think either its first or second edition, it instantly became the biggest show in the UK in terms of participation. It got about 800,000 people in either its first or second year, which is just a crazy number.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't get quite that many nowadays. I think last year was about 600,000, but still absolutely huge numbers, and there aren't many air shows in Europe that can rival that.
Yeah, and it's the site that it's on, and of course the wonderful displays that draw people here, but there's such a large expanse of fantastic vantage points for people to enjoy the display, and plenty of people locally to come and enjoy it.
Yeah.
There are, as you say, hotel rooms available if you fancy coming and joining us over the weekend.
We are standing atop the Cumberland Hotel, and we were told as we passed reception this morning that they do still have accommodation available here if you do want to make a last-minute trip to Bournemouth to enjoy the show in person. The other thing they do here, and it is sold out for this year, but I'm sure there'll be a similar option next year if it takes your fancy, is they do have a big decking area down below with a pool and a restaurant all outdoors, and you can sit down there for the day without being a a guest here at the hotel overnight, you can sit down there for the day and watch the air show while swimming in the pool and having lunch on the deck and surrounded by palm trees, and that all sounds rather lovely.
In a not very parallel universe, that's how I'd enjoy an air show rather than dragging around boxes of equipment and standing on damp rooftops. But there's not me grumbling. I'm very content and happy to be in this line of work. I wouldn't want it any other way. But that does sound very nice. So yeah, worth bearing in mind, the Cumberland Hotel, who are extremely grateful to for providing this wonderful vantage point.
Yeah, second year running. We enjoyed it so much, we just had to come back.
Yeah, we came back with more. It was just Adam and Adrian last year, just with one camera. We're doing a bit more of a production. We'll have a couple of cameras on the action, and yeah, someone else mixing it rather than poor old Adam and Adrian, who just did a one camera, one commentator production last year, which
that live stream, it didn't even. Must have gone through a computer at some point, but it was pretty much cable went out of the camera and took that feed straight to YouTube, more or less.
Yeah,
it was.
We were using it as a test.
It was. We had a new camera and we were getting used to it. There were some big shows coming up over the next fortnight or so it was useful.
And again, that's kind of what drives me here today. Other than suggesting you subscribe to the subscription service and become a channel member to watch Sunday. But it is also an opportunity to refine we have a week where we're doing 3 shows, 3 separate locations, 2 teams covering those, and it's just getting everyone up to where they need to be to make sure we're producing good results from all of those. Those shows I might as well mention next week.
Week after next.
Yeah, so next week I'll be starting my drive to Scotland on Wednesday. So we're going up to Scotland to Ayr, South Ayrshire, for the Air show. Get it?
It's a pun.
I know, but it doesn't. You can't just say the Air show, can you? I want to put the word Scottish in there, but I don't think that's in the title of the event anymore.
Festival of Flight is kind of the subtitle.
The Air show, Festival of Flight, will be live next Friday evening for the evening show. Another event that took on the innovation of these twilight shows, as we say. Those we don't say, we should say.
You're facing west at Ayr, aren't you?
You are.
So you will actually have potentially the sinking sun in the background of the shots.
We had some very nice typhoon in years gone by at that time. Quite dramatic stuff. I'm trying to think who else we have. We have airborne pyrotechnics. And I can't remember.
I think it's just airborne pyrotechnics, isn't it? The evening show this year.
I'm not sure. No, the window's slightly larger than that, so I think there's more. I haven't seen a list yet. I'll turn up and be glad of anything. I'll be glad of some fine weather, I'll tell you that.
In Scotland.
So we'll be there on Friday and then Saturday as well, live broadcasting the flying display here on YouTube. So if you're a subscriber, you'll no doubt see that. And then the following week we have 2 teams, one heading out to Jersey, one heading out to Ostrava for NATO Days, which we will be providing a camera for their live broadcasts. And then the Jersey team comes back for Duxford for the September Battle of Britain Air Show. It's the big Duxford show, really. Skies full of Spitfires and Hurricanes, and as I mentioned earlier, that live broadcast will be going out on our subscription service. That's at watch.planestv.com. If you happen to sign up before Sunday night, this Sunday night, using the offer code Bournemouth with a capital B, you'll get access to our live broadcast from Bournemouth this Sunday, but also that air show at Duxford in a couple of weeks' time, which promises to be a pretty spectacular warbird fest.
Yeah, in Duxford's 50th anniversary year, and one of their 2 big shows. The first one we covered in June, that went out on watch.planestv.com as well, and that was again an almost exclusively warbird affair, somewhere in the region of 40 warbirds in a 4-hour flying display.
It's quite something, and I'll be one of those who's tuning in to watch the Battle of Britain Air Show, because I'll be out in Ostrava, which is a spectacular NATO event that we've had the privilege of covering for 12 years or so, I think now, maybe 13. Yeah, very many years. Wonderful, wonderful event. Great hospitality out in Czechia. And then we've got a bit of a gap, have we? A bit of a break.
I suppose we do, because the next event after that, as far as I know, is the Duxford Flying Finale.
Yeah, I do have one
14th of October.
Yeah, and we'll be looking forward to as I say, finishing our coverage of every single flying display at Duxford in its 50th anniversary year of flying displays. And we're looking forward to bringing that to a close at the flying finale, October 14th, did you say? Well done on the dates. That can be a really nice event at that time of year in terms of light. And
we had such great cloudscapes at points for last year's show.
We can't get sidetracked by this all the time. You'll understand what motivates us, don't you? Because of the amount of time we talk about cloudscapes and lighting positions and lighting temperatures of sun attitude and things. Anyway, there is one other event we're involved with towards the end of September, but I'm not sure if they've gone public about that yet. So
I don't think they have. I know the one you're referring to, and I'm fairly certain that an announcement has not yet been made.
Yeah, me too. So a busy time for us, and part of the reason we're here is just testing a bit of kit as much as anything else, to be honest. Well, not testing kit, just refining bits and pieces. And because as you can hopefully tell, this is a passion for all of us. There's 4 of us here on the roof. Adrian kicked the whole thing off back in the late 80s and captivated my imagination by dragging me to air shows and sitting me on roofs and making me stare at flying displays.
And now he's still doing the same, because it was Adrian and Andrew and I saying to you, let's do Bournemouth, come on Ian.
Yes, it's still, really, I've just been dragged around all these things. There's no initiative taken on my part. No, that's not strictly speaking true, but on occasion I am dragged out to things. I wouldn't say I was dragged here. I'd love to do it, but this is often a very busy time for us, and I do have edit work on my laptop, which I'll be doing this evening and tomorrow morning, and it's that moment in the season where you're torn between refining our edit of the Royal International Air Tattoo programme and going out and shooting new shows. So a bit of a quandary I find myself in, but the guys have got the better of me this time, and here we are. But fabulous event to come and cover.
It's not that difficult to talk you around, really. Come on, Ian, let's go and film more air shows.
Might have had half a beer by the time you
we did make sure that you had had half a beer before we
tired on the last day of Air Tattoo when my defences were down.
Yeah.
Right, so how are we getting on?
We did gang up on you a bit.
Yes. I see lots of people joining the chat. And a good... sort of the viewing numbers are going up, which means you will either know something I don't, that Gillian saying, can't wait to see you at Air. That's wonderful, yeah, Blackjack Friday night, I think so, I think you're right. And I saw it transiting back from Poland.
Yeah, it did fly back. So I understand the problem was it had air in the hydraulic system after the first show day at Radom. So they flew the spare jet on the second day. Evidently they fixed that, but I think it transited back a day later than it normally would have done. So hopefully we'll still see it today. I know it's pretty marginal in terms of its fatigue life. Blackjack is, I believe, set to be scrapped at the end of this year because it is at the end of its fatigue life. Hopefully a new special scheme aircraft next year, but decision yet to be taken.
And what else in the chat? Talking about 2014. Now I do have we made a programme of the whole 2014 Bournemouth Air Festival, which I have on the laptop over there, which there'll be gaps, I'm sure there's certainly gaps coming up this afternoon after the Red Arrows, who fly at 5:30. We'll be back again for night air, the twilight displays at 7:45. During some of those gaps, I might play out some of these clips that we're talking about. But yeah, someone reminiscing about 2014, and I was looking back at that material and dragging the file out. That was a bit of a peak in things like classic jet flying. We talked about Canberra earlier.
Yeah, we had the Canberra. There was a lovely formation, possibly here at Bournemouth, or it might have been Western Supermare in 2014, which was the Vulcan and the Sea Vixen and a Vampire and maybe something else as well.
Certainly had something at Yeovilton around that time.
There was a V-Jet formation at Yeovilton, 2011 or 12.
Oh, it was earlier, was it?
I think so. This is testing my knowledge of a time before I really had a conscious memory of air shows.
Well, I was there and I should probably know, but I'm afraid that's escaped my escaped my memory. But yeah, the 2014, people reminiscing. So I'll maybe find a moment to prime those and play out a bit of those videos rather than staring at us, staring at the horizon, which is always
well, we're
good.
expecting to see, really, if this is correct, we should have seen the tutor starting its display about 2 minutes ago.
It's
But
looking like a non-starter then.
it is, isn't it?
It's
But
quite possible. It's weather all over the place.
there's weather all
certainly.
over the place. It could have had trouble transiting down. We know the tutor fleet this year has had some mechanical problems as well, so potentially related to that.
Yeah,
We are speculating. but-
pure speculation. We've got no idea. But we are in a nice weather window now, so we're sort of hoping, optimistic, that we'll get something. What time is the Yak 50 due on?
Yak 50 is due on at 16:28.
Having seen it pop up and then pop back down again, you do wonder whether they've decided against it. But pure speculation. Yeah. So Andrew's just pointed out that the needles are 20 kilometres away from us and we can see them. So visibility in that respect is pretty good. It's just that
And there is a lot of
level.
blue sky around out to sea, but what you can't really see is that on the land side of us, it is overcast. It's not mega low. There's probably at least 1,000
I
feet
think
there,
so.
but 1,000 feet for the transit from Bournemouth to here, because that's a congested area, it's over a city, the aircraft need to be at more than 1,000 feet. Certainly the fixed wing aircraft need to be at more than 1,000 feet. So it needs to be 1,000 plus a reasonable safety buffer on top of that. I suppose we could probably get a METAR out to Bournemouth Airport and find out exactly what it is.
Just have a look. I'm staring at my phone as you guys may well be doing at home. I keep hearing noises in that direction, but it's just people with silly sounding cars, isn't it? I'm sure.
General city hum.
So saying 900 feet scattered.
Ooh, a bit marginal. Broken at 1,200. Okay. Well, I can see why that's giving them pause for thought.
Yeah, and the wind, much like it is here, 1 knot. Not often you see that in the middle of a summer's day. But very light winds. They're having changed direction slightly. They're now back to a southerly, but we're clearly in the middle of something. And at least 10k visibility. Yeah, 17 degrees at the moment. What does it say for later on? So if I'm just looking for the evening here. Still light winds.
There's a
Broken
chance
at
of more
600
showers at some
feet.
point.
Heavy rain from 4 till 5. Man, don't fancy that. Visibility 3k. Yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag today, but we are expecting some really nice spells of weather over the 4 days.
Yeah,
So-
and Sunday especially.
Yeah, so
Blue
do-
skies forecast.
Yeah, so do tune back in. That Sunday broadcast going out to channel members here on YouTube. So if you fancy dropping £5, becoming a channel member, or subscribing on PTV On Demand, the watch.planestv.com service. And if you use the coupon code Bournemouth with a capital B over on watch.planestv.com, that will give you access to a back catalogue and the Sunday live broadcast. So we're not free to view here on YouTube from Bournemouth on Sunday. We'll be going out on watch.planestv.com and to channel members here on YouTube. I keep saying it and I'm getting more confused each time I say it, so I hope it is making sense to you guys.
So, I wonder, earlier on we opened up this time filling that we're doing to respond to some questions from the chat. And we had
You've been
some
rethinking.
quite good ones. I was just wondering, my phone's on charge at the moment, so I'm at your mercy for picking up on interesting
Any
things.
of the
but-
questions? Yeah, it was quite fun interacting with you in the chat. So if you do have questions for any of the team here, Adrian's
Yeah.
here, who's been who started the business 34 years ago, so he's seen more air shows than you or I could even imagine. A couple of regs that look like typhoons there on their way to Bournemouth Airport.
Yeah, well, that's a
presumably
good
from
sign.
Mara.
So, yeah, they've been, they're due to position down here and then operate from Bournemouth for the night show. Their slot 19:45.
Yeah. And we cross our fingers that things will be flyable by then. Yeah, someone pointing out it's not a city, it's a town. I don't remember which of us slipped up on that one, but I'm very aware of that. Big old town. And A400 on the ground at Bournemouth.
Could it be, well, could just be coincidence.
Is Bry's that hot already? 2015 was the formation. I think that's probably Yeovilton. I'm pretty sure it's later, or maybe your formation here at Bournemouth. Maybe a surprise formcast. Everybody's getting a surprise fly past. Everyone's getting excited about that A400, but it sounds like it went into Bournemouth.
Yeah. I mean, this is the schedule that has been given to aircrew, and it doesn't have any surprises on it.
Not that you'd say if it did.
Not that I'd say if it did.
So,
well,
do we trust him?
I've been known to slip up, but I'm saying right now there are no surprises on this version of the schedule from 2 days ago, which is the one supplied to the aircrew.
So we're not expecting any, but by definition,
a surprise is just that.
No, it shouldn't be. It's glorious at the moment, isn't it? I wish I was in that pool downstairs, soaking up some rays and eating some peanuts. What else have we got to talk about? We've kind of gone round in circles on the self-promotion stuff about upcoming shows, both here on YouTube and on the subscription service. We've interacted on our favourite aeroplanes.
Yeah, we've covered that quite extensively.
I think we're probably... it's quite tempting just to play that whole 2014 video out, but it might be a little bit confusing for anyone tuning in.
Yeah, and also, you know what will happen in 4 minutes' time.
Something will happen.
Something will happen.
I think we'll carry on stalling.
Yeah, and we'll just keep scanning the skies for the yak. I don't suppose it's popped up on ADSB Exchange again.
All right, Nathan, I'm into my local politics. What does borough status mean? I'm intrigued.
Borough status.
What's a borough? I think a borough's in London.
Yeah.
So, rather than a town council, you have a Bournemouth Borough Council, I suppose. And that being, maybe do you have more powers as a borough?
I don't think so. I think boroughs and towns are largely equal. They're all on the same tier, aren't they? I should know this. I did local politics for a year at university.
Did you? I didn't know that.
Or they made us do it. They made us do it. Well,
in case you end up on a local paper.
Most people ended up on local papers, and they do it. Well, they're not always local print papers, but local news sites.
Yeah, right. I suppose you've got to know those things, yeah. Let's not get into the local... I thought I was getting sidetracked earlier. That's a much better idea, Andrew, who's just whispered in our ear to suggest that rather than talk about local councils, we could talk about something to do with the air show.
Yeah, seeing as things are hopefully about to fly.
So Adrian's got a camera there, and we're hoping that Adrian might be able to show us some of the marker buoys out in the sea. So what are we looking at, Adam?
So we've got 3 lines of markers.
Can you make that out from Adrian's angle?
It's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky, but the markers are marking the display line here and the datum point. So that there's a row of markers heading out straight out to sea, a little bit to our left, and those mark the datum point. That's show centre. The B-axis, which is the display line that goes directly towards and away from show centre, follows those markers. And the spacing away from the beach denotes which of the 3 A-axis display lines. So there's 2 axes, the A-axis and the B-axis. The A-axis is parallel to the crowd, that's the aircraft flying from left to right, and the B-axis is heading off into the distance, and that's aircraft coming in towards us usually. And the nearest buoy will be the 150 metre line on the A-axis. That's the one that the very smallest, lightest aircraft can use. A lot of the rotary assets can use that. Then we've got the 230 metre line, which is the next buoy out. That is the general display line for everything else going from left to right. And then the very farthest buoy, that's the 450 metre line, all the way out near enough half a kilometre away from us, and that is for aircraft going at high speed, high energy manoeuvres directed towards the spectators, and that is to make sure there's a reasonable safety buffer for those energy on crowd manoeuvres, so that if something does go wrong, the aircraft doesn't end up anywhere near us here, and we're all kept safe. Those display separation distances, 150, 230, 450, they are pretty much the world standard nowadays, apart from the United States, who do things a little bit differently. But certainly most of Europe, and when there are air shows in Asia, they often follow more or less those rules. There's differences in the ways that they are enforced, but yeah, those are the standard distances, and those are the distances that we've used in the UK for several decades now.
I'm not familiar enough with Bournemouth to know whether those yellow boys that are very close in are always here. On the end of those
yellow boys, I did read the pilot notes.
It's presumably,
and if I remember correct, that's the edge of the swimming zone.
Yeah, so that's your crowd line.
Yeah,
effectively, that's as far out as your spectators are allowed to go. And I dare say there's the odd sign on the beach, perhaps reminding people of that. We also have the exclusion zone for the boats as well.
Yeah.
So there's an area that they are allowed into and an area that they are not allowed into. Again, to make sure we keep everything safe and happy for everybody. That being the priority as ever for an air show. That pool does look magnificent down there. Oh my goodness, I'm not going to look at that again because that made me too sad.
But yes,
very nice down there. Sorry.
Looks lovely down there, and yet good idea of Andrew's, because A-axis and B-axis, they're terms that I'll probably throw them around quite a lot once things do start flying, and good to clear up what those mean.
That's a good idea, and Adam will be taking us through the flying displays that we do hope to see this afternoon, and we will be seeing over the next 3 days through to Sunday. And as Adrian points out, the weather at the moment here feels wonderful. You know, you look up, it's blue sky, but if we do look inland, there is lots of low cloud and no doubt lots of cells of rain passing through various places as well. So it's always that temptation to stare at the sky thinking, why aren't we seeing some aeroplanes? But obviously weather across the country will be affecting people getting to where they need to be safely to come and display.
And that's so often the cause of cancellations at air shows. It's not what the weather's doing here, it's what the weather is doing 100 miles away, stopping the aircraft getting here. There's another relevant point to mention as well, which is with regard to the red arrows. The conditions in front of us look great. Could probably get a red arrows rolling show in those conditions at least. But the synchro pair use the airspace behind us for their rejoins and repositions, and I've certainly known red arrows displays be cancelled, not because of what the weather is doing in front of the crowd, but because of what the weather is doing behind the crowd. If that METAR is right and it's a 900-foot cloud base half a mile behind us, then that could be enough to scupper a red arrows display. So we can but wait and cross our fingers.
Indeed. And you started 3 lines of thought in my head there, and I wasn't able to select one before you finished the sentence. Red arrows, and I was going to say the red arrows at where did we see them last? My goodness.
Oh, Buckingham, I suppose.
Oh no! I went and watched Sidmouth with my family, not live on YouTube, but live in my own brain.
It's strange watching things not through a viewfinder, isn't it?
Well, I did have my camera out because my kids were watching, but quite something it is strange. It's not worthy of comment beyond saying it's odd watching a air display not through a viewfinder when you're used to doing that. The Reds displaying a full show in not dissimilar conditions to this, finding holes, and I remember the line of conversation now. Able to find a hole when it did not look like they were going to get one, so well done them at Sidmouth. And that will have been a careful consideration. I don't know about you, but I've sat in many briefings prior to shows where the message has been very clearly spelt out that if the weather's anywhere close to your minimum, so what has been previously deemed safe for you to fly, even if it's kind of marginal, caution always being the better option. So that's the attitude within air shows, as it should be. So the weather today, I'm afraid, having prevented any flying taking place. I've seen the odd seagull, I've heard a lynx, We know that the red
Did
hares
you
managed
hear
to
a
land at
lynx or
Bournemouth.
did you hear a wildcat?
Thank you. Still a lynx. Well, it sounds like
Join
a
me in
lynx, doesn't it?
pedantry corner.
It sounds pretty well the same.
We did have a wildcat here last year doing a solo display. It was the plan at one point that the Black Cats will be active this season as a two-ship,
Yeah.
but that seems to have not happened. They did put a schedule out, but I'm not aware of them actually having made it to any of those scheduled events.
I don't know what else was on there, do you know? I take it Bournemouth wasn't it?
No, but Cosford was, and Torbay was, and yeah, there were about half a dozen, maybe even 10 events on that schedule.
It would be nice to see.
Came out early in the year, and I know people who are good friends who were down at Yeovilton and saw them doing two-ship practice displays and said it looked really nice.
Yeah, it has been a fabulous display in the past. I was trying to think if we ever saw a two-ship wildcat. Did we?
Yes,
Black
there
Cats
was.
as
I think there
wildcats?
was one season with
Was
two
there?
wildcats because there was a season with one lynx and one wildcat,
Yeah.
which was in about 2014, and then they got one or two seasons in after that as a wildcat
And
pair.
then we had solo for a
And
little
then,
while, I think.
then we had nothing at all for a bit,
Yeah.
and then it came back as a solo
Yeah.
relatively recently, and was rebranded from the Black Cats to the Wildcat demo team to reflect the fact that it was a solo. But yeah, should have been a two-ship this year.
Yeah, and it's seaside air shows like this where it does look quite a fitting environment for a
Yeah.
wildcat to be displaying in. Very at home
Yeah.
over the oceans, of course.
Yeah, and that was one of the aircraft that we were looking down on last year. It was down at 100 feet, and we're considerably higher than
We
that.
do have swordfish. I suppose was
Swordfish
swordfish in that
and
morning.
wasp.
Was that in the
Swordfish-
morning?
That was in the morning section today, so we won't be seeing it, but we should get it tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that.
That'll be down nice and low, I imagine. So-
Swordfish and wasp flying in formation initially. They've got about 2 minutes of formation time and then breaking off into consecutive solo displays. Swordfish, an aircraft we don't see out and about
I
very
haven't
often.
seen it for ages. I feel like on the deck at Duxford at some point, but that's got to be going back prior to COVID, I think. I can't think whether I've seen the Swordfish, which is a magnificent, historic aircraft. The history that aircraft represents, which I'm not going to dive into now. I dare say you've got a bit on for chat
Got a
later.
page on swordfish. Swordfish,
Yes.
swordfish eye.
Swordfish, I think we'll go with. Yeah, I saw Ben sent me some music to accompany the Curtis Hawk display at Duxford on Saturday, and it was Curtises. There's something weird about that. You don't often say Curtises, but of course that's what they are. Hawks, I suppose we could have gone with. Anyway, something's airborne. That'll be a Typhoon. Just over Duxford at the moment. So, question in the chat. Yeah, Typhoon 20,000 feet over, pretty well over Duxford at the moment. So that looks like out from Coningsby actually. So whether it went back to
It
Coningsby
does look like that.
after Marham.
Well,
perhaps.
was the Typhoon at Marham? I don't think it's noted here as a Marham asset.
I'm sure I saw
I
it.
can see, yeah, there's no mention of Marham.
I think it did Marham around about 1 o'clock. Because I'm a nerd and my phone tells me when it's airborne.
You're
and it is
right,
blacked
you
out.
did mention that.
Question in the chat was, are there any more air shows after Bournemouth? I think I heard Andrew say. So Louise baiting me into a bit of self-promotion again. So we did go through it a few times already, but if you haven't heard, I really should send an email newsletter out as well. I've just dawned on me I haven't managed that this morning. Live broadcasts coming up. Bournemouth, free to view here on YouTube today, tomorrow and Saturday. It will be available for channel members only and PTV On Demand subscribers only on Sunday. So sign up either at watch.planestv.com using the coupon code Bournemouth with the capital B, and you can sign up to PTV On Demand, get access to a back catalogue, watch Sunday's live broadcast, or you can be a channel member, support what we do here on YouTube, encourage me to do more free to view stuff. It seems counterintuitive. Spend some money with me and then I'll do more free stuff, but that's kind of how it works. So that didn't answer the question though. So beyond Bournemouth, Sunday we'll be travelling. My journey to Scotland starts on Wednesday to cover the Air Show Festival of Flight at Ayr. I think that's what I'll go with from now on, to spell it out. Ayr, spelled A-Y-R, Air Show, get it? It is good. So that's kicking off on Friday evening, and then Saturday daytime flying display as well, which will be live here on YouTube. After that, we have one team going out to Jersey, wonderful show on the Thursday, and another team going out to NATO Days in Ostrava, Czech Republic, to cover that, to provide a camera for the live broadcast out there. And that weekend as well, if you do elect to use the coupon code Bournemouth, use the capital B on watch.planetv.com, your subscription will include access to the live broadcast from the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show, which will take place in 2 weeks' time. That one, a fantastic warbird event, skies full of Spitfires, Hurricanes. I keep saying that. I really should actually go and have a look at the flying list, which I'm flying.
It was, updated recently. I think we're into double-figure Spitfires now, a couple of Hurricanes at least, and then some of the other Duxford-based usual suspects.
I kind of
plus the Red Arrows.
Which, that's what air show. What's an air show without the Red Arrows? The September air show at Duxford is always a compelling offering. It's huge effort made to put a very large number of Spitfires and Hurricanes in formation together for the Duxford Big Wing that closes out the flying display. It's a special air show that I've very much enjoyed it over the last 15 years that we've been covering that event. That one available on the watch.planetv.com subscription service, and beyond that we'll be back at Duxford in October 14th, and we might be involved in something late September, and who knows, stuff just pops up occasionally, doesn't it, and gets me out and about with the camera. But make sure you're subscribed, give this video a like if you're enjoying the wittering on.
Yes, and our apologies about that, but this is enforced by the weather.
100 likes already for just wittering on about nothing in particular. But thank you, Louise, for the question about future live broadcasts. Hopefully that's answered that. And if you've heard me witter on about it 3 times already, I'm sorry.
Nani and Alice asks, any news on the BBMF? They were due at 2 o'clock today. Obviously that whole portion of the show was cancelled. You would have seen live at that point the weather was fairly atrocious. We're not expecting anything from them today, but nothing to suggest they won't be here on schedule, on slot tomorrow.
We should preface that, or not preface, but I feel the compulsion to say that we're being a bit speculative here. It's conceivable that the BBMF might rock up this afternoon, but pretty unlikely, I would suspect. Their slot time was earlier, and looking at the weather across the rest of the country, it's probably pretty unlikely. Trying to manage expectations here without any actual, first-hand information on cancellations like that, but it's unlikely, I would think. Louise saying, just seen the B-17 and Lancaster going to fly together at Duxford. That sounds nice.
B-17? I'm going to have to
Duxford, I wonder if that's a September show. That would be nice.
Yes, that rings a very vague bell. I think I might have heard that as well.
Keep wittering, Paul. I don't know if that's encouraging or... I've given you a like for the chatter. Max, you're an absolute star. And I should give you a like for your... was it a joke earlier? I can't remember what it was that we were suggesting might have been Brendan. Oh, Otto and his pyros, yeah. I'll be at the air show. Cool. See you there, Finley. Give us a wave. We'll be on the low... Is it Low Green, or have I confused it with another venue? Pretty well.
Is that an aeroplane I hear?
No, it's that boat or ship.
Oh, it got me excited.
I don't do boats, but
no.
I'm not really sure what to call it. No, some serious horsepower going on over there, creating a bit of noise. People like boats, don't they? Huh? I don't do boats.
I like being on boats. I'm not interested in boats.
Ooh, I like being on small boats. Didn't get to do that this summer.
Small boats are good. Big boats are quite dull.
Yes.
So I think we can probably fairly safely say that Rich Goodwin is a no-show, because his slot, along with the Yak 50, has now passed.
He was definitely airborne earlier, wasn't he?
Possibly just transiting down ahead of tomorrow, or maybe transit more in hope than expectation.
It's J Pitt, isn't it?
I'm going to take a punt and say that the next act, the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight, are possibly not displaying for us either, on the basis of the fact that they are coming from Marham and people would have noticed them transiting down on ADSB exchange.
It's looking fairly limited, isn't it? I'm afraid. Having gone through the rushes of, well, not the rushes, it's gone through the programmes that we released, the segments of programmes we've released over the years with bits of Bournemouth in. This is not uncommon for a Thursday. I definitely remember washouts on a Thursday. It seems a bit odd to say specifically Thursday, but there's just something about that. Eastbourne as well, I remember standing in the rain early on in the week and then things clearing for the weekend. It just
well, it was like that at Eastbourne this year, in fact.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, first day or two was very challenging, and then the weather broke and blue skies for the last couple of days.
It's in those moments where because it's all outside that we do, these are outside broadcasts and it's a challenging thing to pull off. If we're lucky, we've got our trailer with us, which provides a bit of shelter for
one of us.
For one or two of us, and some of the others in some kit.
I'm saying that with a small amount of resentment in my voice, because it's never me that it provides shelter to.
I've asked you to push buttons occasionally. I've had you in there, I'm sure. Probably, only for a moment or two, probably usually. But it does provide a bit of shelter and make things a bit vaguely comfortable. But actually, I've been the guy on the roof often enough, cursing the people inside. This morning, the weather conditions reminded me of Farnborough. Would have been, does 2014 or 16 sound like a Farnborough year? It feels like it's around that period where it was atrocious weather, and they are moments where you stand there thinking, what on earth have I done to deserve this, and why have I chosen to be here, basically, because that's effectively what I've done, is choosing this as a way to make a living. But in the UK, I'm afraid you just have to accept that sometimes you're going to get wet if you're outside.
Do excuse me for a minute.
Sure.
I'm going to grab my phone so that I can participate in the scanning of the chat and also the checking for general updates.
There we go, more eyeballs on it. We can't entirely rely on you guys in the chat to fill us in with all the details on what's going on. It was a lot of fun watching back I didn't watch back. I was watching quite a lot of it live, the Bournemouth stream last year. Adam, since he's off camera, I can say nice things. I know he can hear me now, but he does a wonderful job of guiding you through the flying displays, and we'll be doing this afternoon, having spent some good time doing research on the flying displays we're expecting to see, and of course just having borne witness to these many of these displays previously. I'm trying to think if there's anything in there that we haven't seen. I mean, I'm not sure I've seen Paul Farmer display a Yak 50 before. Besides,
certainly not doing a solo. I'll have seen him in the team at some point.
Yeah, so that things like that are interesting. I might just bring up the schedule, remind myself what.
But yeah, I think the unique things, as far as we're concerned, as UK Airshow regulars, are the Swordfish, Paul Farmer in the Yak 50, who we will have seen in the team. He's been in the Yakovlev since 2018, but not performing as a solo act. The Jet Pix is still new to all of us. Typhoon at sunset doesn't happen very often.
Yeah. It does become that, doesn't it? It's the kind of situation that we see them. So seeing Typhoon at sunset, I mean, that's just...
Bronco is another relative rarity, the Belgian one.
Tony, fantastic. And that's a fabulous display as well, and with a bit of good smoke system on that aircraft. And I'm trying to think, if he flies it aerobatically, it does, doesn't it, I think?
Yeah, there is an aileron roll in there.
Yeah.
There is a knife edge pass, not technically aerobatic, but very close to being aerobatic. And a 90 degree to 90 degree wing rock as the penultimate pass as well.
Gear down, I think I seem to remember.
There,
maybe we'll find out at some point over the weekend.
Low pass, aileron roll, slow pass with gear down, 3 mock attack runs, wing rock. There's a knife edge pass in there somewhere, but that's more or less what it does.
Really nicely flown. It's a dramatic aeroplane. It's a dramatic aeroplane. What does that even mean? It's quite dramatic to see an aircraft of that size.
Yeah. Twin engine, twin boom, odd shape.
Odd shape.
Very odd shape.
Good presence in the sky with the smoke as well, and flown really nicely. And Tony's a lovely chap too, so it's nice to see him out on the display circuit. I can't remember seeing him display prior to COVID, post-COVID, I don't think. In the UK?
He has been in the UK. He's done the Midlands Air Festival twice. And he did Clacton last year as well.
Very nice. Good.
Possibly a couple of others. But
busy on the European circuit as a whole. And
yeah.
talked about America previously. I don't know whether that's kind of going to come off. Maybe I shouldn't spread these rumours.
I missed the rumour. I love a rumour. What's the
Well,
rumour?
maybe we'll talk about rumours over
When the
over
microphones are
dinner.
off.
Yes, if we get enough super chats, I'll feed you something and talk rumours. Boat TV. That is what we might well become. Boat TV. Oh, look at those clouds. Do you know what? It's quite often. We're not quite there yet, but quite often at Eastbourne over the Saturday, Sunday, I used to point a camera and hit record over to the east. Often you'd get storm clouds bubbling up, and over the course of, well, probably not half an hour, but 10 minutes of recording, you could speed that up and see all the clouds bubbling up over the land, but reaching the sea and not progressing any further. So you get them sort of static. It's quite a dramatic time lapse type shot. No, I am not being baited into talking about what boroughs are as opposed to towns. I will not read out. A borough is a town that has been granted permission by Royal Charter to be represented in Parliament. So a borough, so there's a constituency seat that covers the town, the borough of Bournemouth, which is a town,
But
and
how
has
does-
its own MP. So I suppose
But what-
cities would
but-
normally have, because you don't often have towns that have an MP. I suppose you don't have unless they're a borough,
But
presumably.
what's the population of Bournemouth? It's quite large.
I don't know. I dare say.
It's larger
I dare
than-
say Wombleway is googling it right now.
Well, it's probably.
Thank you,
I would
by
have
the way.
thought the population of Bournemouth is larger than the population of a
one
typical
constituency.
constituency. Yes, there is an A400M
Yeah, it's
Atlas
taking
just
off.
taking off from Bournemouth Airport.
He's going to punch straight through the cloud. I wonder if Adrian can pick it up. I wonder if Adrian can pick up the A400 behind us. That's
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone into cloud. Forget that. Stand down.
Well,
Yeah.
the fact it just punched straight through would indicate that it's not a surprise destined for us.
No, but just a fairly quick. I wonder what that was about. Who knows? You know, aeroplanes land on aeroplane lands on
and
airfield
one
in
of
shock.
one of the initiatives that the RAF has undertaken over the last year or so is gearing up for dispersed operations,
Yeah.
because the situation in Eastern Europe has proved the importance of that. It's something that the RAF has not really thought about very much for several decades now. Not talking about dispersed operations from highway strips like the Swedes, but from civilian airports instead. Really important, given that the entire RAF transport and tanker fleet is currently operating from a single runway, so the ability to disperse those assets rapidly to, in this case, Bournemouth Airport by the look of it, is pretty important.
It's not inconceivable that one of these spells of really atrocious weather was passing through Bryce potentially.
Yeah.
With the
Yeah.
limits be on that was a flash in the sky. Do not be lightning over there. I do not want to be stood on. I love the Cumberland Hotel dearly, but I don't really want to be stood on it during a lightning strike. Getting the lightning maps up. It could just have been someone taking a picture or some clever lighting system, but definitely saw a
sort of
flash in
see
the sky then.
Permeating rumours that something might happen at or after 5. Not
Yeah.
lightnings, but flying activity that we can film for people
Yeah.
if the weather holds. But more showers are forecast, unfortunately, and that big blue hole that formed over the top of us has disappeared. It's now solid, overcast, as far as the eye can see, in every direction, really. Ian's reducing the ND on our camera now to account for the fact that it has got noticeably darker, which doesn't bode well. Could we get a red arrows flat display in under this? I would say it is marginal. What would you think?
Marginal, yeah, I'd agree with that. It's inland that the concern would be, because it's all very well seeing a nice big gap down to sea level,
Yeah.
but as you've mentioned previously, we've got an entire borough to worry about.
Yes, and thinking about it in even more detail than earlier, I was talking about how the aircraft need to be they need to have 1,000 feet of clear air for the transits, and also for all of the red arrows rejoins and repositions behind the crowd over the city. But actually it's more than that now I come to think of it, because that height is measured from the nearest obstacle, which will be the buildings in the town centre behind us, some of which look to be 10 to 15 stories tall. So it's 1,000 feet measured from the top of those, in the vicinity of those buildings, and I don't think we have that.
I don't think we're likely to get it, unfortunately. What we are likely to get in the very near future is a spell of rain. I feel a bit of dampness in the air already, and definitely wind picking up a little bit, and yeah, spell of rain off to our west, which is going to pass through, but nothing we're not used to.
And yeah, you're right. A good couple of knots of wind now, at least, which was absolutely still a couple of hours ago. I think our weather window might have passed.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We'll be here till we get a firm cancellation from from someone. I suppose the good people at the Bournemouth Air Festival Facebook page will probably be our first port of call on that front.
We have been checking periodically, and nothing there since this morning's announcement that the flying would start probably no earlier than 4. Well, it's now 5 o'clock. Nearly 5 o'clock, and more slot times have passed now, by the way, unfortunately. So yeah, the Rolls-Royce Heritage flight, we did have an 18-minute slot. We're coming towards the halfway point of when that slot would be.
When we talk about that, you say Rolls-Royce Heritage flight. It is a heritage flight that we've seen at air shows, but this is a Spitfire and a Mustang.
Spitfire PR-19. It's actually a former Battle of Britain Memorial flight Spitfire. One of the founding members of the BBMF, but then moved over into the civilian world, flying with P-51D Mustang Warhorse. They don't actually own the Mustang, but they operate it for the summer on the airshow circuit.
Yeah, and they're nice. Actually, I've not seen a two-ship or anything like that. Maybe the odd fly past. But
so what they normally do is, certainly as of the beginning of this season, and every time I've seen them before that point, the pilots don't have a formation display authorization. So what they typically do is they do an opening pass in a very loose trail formation, and then they go into consecutive solos. And the Mustang solo, well, they're both lovely, but the Mustang solo especially, there's some really nice topside passes in there, and if we get a little bit of sun glinting off that silver aeroplane, that can look absolutely lovely.
So those two aircraft, they're looking like we're probably not going to see today, but they are on the schedule for
the next 3 days.
3 days.
And I'm wondering, we might even get them at in one of the evening shows. I'm not sure. We did last year. I can't easily access Friday and Saturday schedules.
I'll take a little look. You mentioned the other act there, whose slot time.
Yeah, so the other slot time that is fast approaching, about 10 minutes from now, we were due to see the Vampire FB-52 from the Norwegian Air Force Historical Squadron, which we have covered a few times already this year, actually. But
and in recent years, it's been very busy on the display
circuit.
It's
been very busy, and lovely to see the Norwegians. I was going to say supporting the British airshow industry. They've been going further than that. They are actually basing aircraft at Duxford for the summer, because this is where the majority of their shows are nowadays. So this year it's the Vampire that's particularly busy for them. The Vampire FB-52, they've got 2 Vampires. This is the single-seat fighter variant. Last year it was the Vampire and the SB Lim 2, which is the licence-built Polish version of the MiG-15. That's not airworthy this year. It's having some maintenance problems. Next year, I believe the plan is to base their CT-133 Silver Star in the UK, which is an aircraft that we haven't seen performing at a British airshow for some time.
That would be very nice to see, a very elegant aircraft from similar period.
But as I was saying, that Vampire is another asset that was, at least according to the schedule that we have here, up at Marham earlier in the day, and had it made that transit flight down to Bournemouth, people would have noticed by now. So doesn't look like we're going to see the Vampire displaying on slot due in 10 minutes, but unlikely.
And to complete the previous line of conversation about potential of seeing Spitfire and Mustang in the evening, nice air displays, it's not on the billing for an evening.
I shouldn't have got everybody's hopes up. I apologise about that.
So what we do have, and we've talked about it already, but on the schedule for this evening, from 7:45 is Typhoon, and then the Firebirds, then Otto with that abundance of fireworks, and then the Tigers closing things out. It's around about 8:30. That's what we are hoping for.
Yeah.
But it requires the weather to be
We do. We certainly hope for the typhoon, which is apparently landing at Bournemouth round about now. So I can see Adrian has spun round in that direction, and if he sees a little typhoon-shaped speck or two, then we'll try and get you a shot of it. But the airport is far enough away that it's challenging to make out anything other than the red arrows break to land, really, when they come in as a 9 or a 10 ship. We can see that from here, but
yeah, it's
other
still
than that,
way
it has
out
be
to the west.
pretty large aircraft to see it land from here.
So not heading for the airport and now down at 1,800 feet.
Could it be going to give us a fly past before landing? It's not inconceivable.
It's not, is it? I think we'll get ready on some cameras just in case we do get a bit of flying action. Wouldn't that be nice?
And this could, you're going to see it in air, I think, and then again at NATO days. But yeah, we're really counting down the final times that we're going to see this special scheme Blackjack aircraft now, because it's into its last few weeks of its airshow career and into the last few months of its flying career.
Now down at 700 feet and approaching the airport. So Adrian might well catch a glimpse beyond trees. And Chris, thank you, Chris, for pointing out that there's been an update posted in the on that Facebook page I mentioned earlier, and it says you've probably already found it. Due to adverse weather, we've been. Do you know what? I will read it out. Why not? So this is from Bournemouth Air Festival 5 minutes ago. Due to the adverse weather, we have been unable to provide our ideal flying schedule so far today, and the team thank dedicated festival goers for their patience. And if you're watching this at home, I'm indebted to you, because it can't be as exciting as the things you were hoping to see, to watch us two stand on a wonderful hotel roof and witter on about aeroplanes all afternoon. So thank you for your patience, but hopefully you all understand that the weather's prevented the ideal flying display taking place, as Bournemouth have put it. Displays that have had to be sadly cancelled today due to the weather include the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight, Rolls-Royce Spitfire and Mustang, and the Firefly. We're continuing to review the ever-changing forecasts, and we'll update on the remainder of the schedule, including this evening, as soon as possible. Conditions have brightened up on site, and we're hopeful that the red arrows can display as planned. So that's due at 5:30, so that's 30 minutes from now. Yeah, we'll cross our fingers. One of the best things about our free family-friendly event is that it runs over 4 days. And that's pretty well what we were saying, that we're going to get very many bites at the cherry over the next 4 days.
I think there's a very good sign. George Bacon has come to life down below. The airshow commentary system is in operation, and that would suggest to me, the tone of the music that has just been played would suggest to me that there is good news and they're still expecting something to happen. Yeah, red arrows in half an hour according to the schedule. Look, we've seen them display in worse weather than this over the years, so it is marginal. Wouldn't be a surprise if they said that the conditions, especially behind the spectator area over the town, were not sufficient to allow the display to take place. But equally, I wouldn't be surprised to see them roaring overhead in half an hour either, with coloured smoke on and going into realistically a flat display, but a display nonetheless.
I've seen situations where, as you were saying earlier, so the synchro pair use the area behind the crowd, and they do use obviously over the crowd as a rival on their arrival. I've seen them in the past just do the first half.
Yeah,
so
that's
just
also true.
Formation display.
Yeah, and I've seen them do that not just for reasons of cloud base, but also for reasons of visibility. If the visibility just isn't good enough to safely allow aircraft to confirm visual contact with one another, pilots to confirm visual contact with one another during the second half of the show, where there's different aircraft in different groups all interacting with each other.
Yeah, with visibility poor, you wouldn't want to risk it. Although visibility, if you've got enough, if the cloud base is all right.
Yeah, well, right here,
beautiful.
right now, we can see
Beautifully clear.
the Needles 20 kilometres away very clearly.
But then again, if you look west, it's a
yeah,
different
not
story.
so good on that side.
Yeah, but inland actually now has improved substantially, but we've just got that area of rain coming in from the west. I think that's not going to help matters.
Yeah, hopefully going to miss us. I'm looking at the flag.
I think I was supposed to be the optimist today, but you reckon it's going to miss us, do you?
Yeah, looking at the flag and the way that's blowing, I think the rain, might just pass off to that side, but it could still be close enough to disrupt a potential Red Arrows display.
Andrew's just encouraging Adrian to get you a shot out that way, and he says, all I can see is rain. So I'm less optimistic.
I think that's kind of the point, though, isn't it, in terms of getting a shot?
Yes. But in terms of levels of optimism, I think we're probably going to get wet at some point. It's almost a given, isn't it? As I say, British summertime wouldn't be complete without a spot or two.
And look, we've been so lucky in the last few years. It was really until Riyadh this year when I saw the forecast for Riyadh a few days out and decided I needed to go and buy some waterproofs. And that's when it struck me. Actually, until that point, I'd had such good luck for the previous 2 years that it never even crossed my mind that there might be a rainy air show. In fact, I'd need to go and buy waterproofs. That's insane.
Well, I do what I say, and 80% of the time it's true. I always take sun cream, I always take full waterproofs to every show because you just never know. And I did, having experienced the extraordinary conditions we experienced in 2022 at Air Tattoo, extreme temperatures, very dry conditions, for not just the Air Tattoo itself, but the preceding weeks and
the following week.
Yeah, it was pretty extraordinary. So I think we were okay on things like, because I've got a team there, so I'm looking after them, trying to make sure that everyone's safe and well. So, water, sun cream, hats, make sure everyone's all right. Because it's pretty extraordinary sticking yourself out for a very long period. It's not too bad if you're going about your day-to-day life, but if you're stood, as Adrian is now, on a platform for hours on end in those sorts of conditions, you do need to protect yourself.
And it's physically much harder work than it looks, all the positions that we're consorting ourselves into.
Yes, thank you.
But it's trying to win some sympathy.
Well, having had that experience last year, I went out and bought a couple of big bottles of Factor 50 plus sun cream ready for Riyadh, and it was, of course, at that immediate moment that the forecast turned to what it became, pretty well what it became. Yeah. So if you want to point your fingers and blame anyone, it was that purchase of some nice Pisbouen, whatever you call it. Is that how you pronounce it?
I don't know.
It's the good stuff.
I've just invested in some myself. Yeah, that's in Poland as well.
I like that smell. I just love that smell. Yes, well, anyway, we are stalling. We've still got 25 minutes till that red slot. That, I don't know, according to that Facebook post, they are hopeful, and I think we are all are hopeful that
I'm ever hopeful.
Jay says no rain till 9, but I'll believe maybe I can see rain, I just can't feel it at the moment. Emma says, so glad Planes TV are at Bournemouth Air Show, can't wait to see some aircraft, and we will do.
We can't wait either, trust us.
All that effort this morning to get set up to be live.
This is not what we want to be doing.
Yes, quite. And when it comes time to get on a camera and point it, I'll have no back left. My legs are aching already.
Yes.
Stood here talking to you guys.
We really need some chairs.
Ooh, yes, maybe next year. Poor old Cumberland Hotel will be wondering what we're dragging up the stairwell next year. That's preempting things. I've no idea what we'll be doing this time next year. So, Planes TV covering. Can't wait to see some aircraft. It's been great this morning with the weather. It hasn't been great with the weather conditions, but hopefully tomorrow will be, and the rest will be sunny. Summarises my thoughts. Exactly. So we talked earlier about that naval exclusion zone out there to keep everyone safe. So there's an area specified that vessels are allowed to enter and allowed to spectate from, which I'd quite like to do one day. It's not a very good platform for filming aeroplanes, which is of course what I'd like to be doing. A boat bobbing around makes it pretty challenging. Could be quite fun though. But one of the vessels there being asked to move along back to that area that they are allowed in. So that's similar to a RAT, exclusion area in the air above an air display. That will be NOTAM, so a notice to airmen. Airmen? Do we still call it that? I suppose we do. NOTAM.
A notice to air missions now.
There we go. It has been
Still, it's been changed, but it's still a NOTAM.
Got it. Notice to emissions, good stuff. So that is issued, and if you're a good aviator, you'll check those and you'll know that you can't go flying through a red arrows display, which nobody wants anyway. But it's presumably a similar system for boats, is it? Something's put out somewhere. I don't know, there's got to be an equivalent, hasn't there?
Maritime exclusion zone.
That's what it's called, okay. And so that boat has now made its way back out of the area, which could be fairly significant. You know, we talk about secondary crowds and not, air displays being stopped due to secondary crowds. It has happened. It's come close to happening at Duxford with stationary traffic on the M11.
It happened with boats that, was it Sidmouth?
Oh, really? Did it?
Might not have been Sidmouth. It
Don't
was
think so,
somewhere in Devon or Cornwall.
Torbay, maybe?
Falmouth Regatta maybe a few years ago, and there were some boats in the exclusion zone, and Red Arrows display was cancelled as a result.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go home. You wouldn't want to bring that up in conversation at the pub that evening, would you? Yeah, if you'd been to blame for cancelling the Red Arrows display. So, yeah, it's all sensible stuff to keep everybody safe and well. Synchro boats. More boats, says Max Pankengle. I mean, it's all we've got, so you're welcome to them. Keep Adrian busy anyway. Thank you, Gareth. Saves me refreshing the weather radar, saying that the rain looks like it will be just out at sea, which was your prediction exactly.
Yeah, I think we will see. I think we'll see bits of land disappear to our right, but we might just be spared.
And if you are enjoying us wittering on, I can still say 100 likes there, but I dare say there's a handful more because I see someone. There's 300 likes, my goodness, for a day of no flying. I'm trying to remember if we were live broadcasting Sunderland.
There's 650 people watching this.
I mean, well done, well done. Well, they're as optimistic as we are. You know, we're hoping to see some flying. And we do have the Red Arrows scheduled, I suppose.
Yes.
There's always a bit of a peak.
Well, that's true. And we haven't been able to confirm that is not happening yet. No. So there always remains some hope.
There does. Yeah, I suppose when we hear, what's our Red Arrows commentator called?
Graham Muscat this year.
As soon as we hear his voice come out over the PA, you'll judge by the tone that he delivers is welcome to everybody, whether we are likely to see them. As you say, we've seen them fly in. I feel like I've seen them fly in worse skies.
I've seen them fly at air tattoos where Riyadh 2017. I remember one day where the clouds looked very much lower and more threatening than this in front of us. But like we've said so many times, really what matters at the moment is what's happening behind us.
And the rest of the country as well. It feels extraordinary that it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
What an extraordinary amount of filling we have done today to pass that time somehow.
Well, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I enjoyed this morning, which was setting up all of our equipment.
This morning was grim. Very, very grim.
Not pleasant, but will be all worthwhile when we see a fabulous evening flying display tonight. We can but hope. But at least we'll be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know? As we've said repeatedly, we're live all 4 days, just to channel members and PTV On Demand subscribers on Sunday. But we'll be back here live as you're watching us now tomorrow.
Adrian spotted something very positive about a minute ago. He said he'd seen Red 10 arriving at the commentary box. So clearly they too still have some intention and hope that there might yet be some flying this afternoon. I suppose we might hear them taking off in very short order if they're going to hit that slot in, 10, 15 minutes from now?
Got to be 20 still, I would think.
You're right, 20 minutes from now, but probably in the air in 10 minutes.
Yeah, there or thereabouts. Andrew's talking about the Yak.
Yak 50 is in the air, says Ethan Williams.
Yeah, and Andrew's saying the same, heading towards
and
us.
so is Martin. Okay. So we might be about to see some flying.
I mean, you can imagine a Yak scudding through the low cloud. But,
I'm going to have to get my Yak 50 notes ready.
What sort of altitude he'd want, really? I mean, you could do all sorts of fun stuff, but pretty low level. but not much in the way of vertical opportunities for
He
him.
might be able to get a loop in. I'm not sure what his minima is, but if he's allowed down to 100 feet for a loop, or 200 feet probably more realistic for a loop, and then getting a loop in within 800 feet in a yak, that sounds possible to me.
I can't see that yak myself. It's fun this, isn't it? But no, I can. Yes, well, that
It's
is
a
a
yak
2C.
52.
No, it's just the wrong image. It's a
Okay,
yak
that's
50.
lucky, because otherwise I'd have all the wrong notes.
So he's at 1,100 feet. Doing 100 knots and tearing along toward the sort of western end of our display axis. Looks to me like he's going to give it a whirl.
Could be, or could alternatively, sorry to lower the tone, but could just be heading to the airport in order to base from there tomorrow.
He's heading to the
Ever
wrong
the realist.
side of the airport if he wants to. It's not far out either. Hey, it'd be nice to see.
It would.
So I think probably what we'll do, I'm going to hop on a camera just
Okay.
in case. Make sure you guys have plugged it all in correctly. And yeah, it's looking a bit dark, says Andrew. So
We'll disperse and go to our stations, and I shall dig out my notes on the Yak 52. And if we start to think with increasing confidence that it is heading our way, then I can talk a bit about it. I hate to say it, but I have just felt some spots of rain. Just one or two. Oh, we were so optimistic about an hour ago. But that Yak 52 still tracking towards us. And it should become clear soon whether it is heading to display for us or heading to the airport. I would guess actually, look, sorry to be a damper, but I think being a realist, by the time it gets here, it's going to be too close to the red arrows display for it to actually do anything for us. I'm going to assume that it's heading to the airport. I would love to be wrong.
Yeah, I concur with Adam. I think it probably was heading towards the airport there, and as you said, getting close to a Reds slot time.
Yep, 15 minutes.
Bit damp, little spits and spots of rain. And Adrian said, would I mind doing camera one, which is taking all the weatherproofing off, of course. So that'll make my next 10 minutes fairly fun. It is dark, isn't it? There is some.
I mean, if the Reds do fly, it's going to be a dramatic backdrop.
Quite right. There's some, real darkness down on the horizon there, where you can see the sort of spells of rain dropping. In fact, I will just hop up there and sort that weatherproof out. So leave you to.
There's definitely some moisture in the air now.
He's done that. He's done. I know exactly what he's done now. He's actually, do you know what? I don't fancy camber one. Actually, do you mind doing it? And I turn around and he's taken all of the rigging off it, all the weatherproof gear off it. He's a rascal, absolute rascal. So we wouldn't see something like a yak from here, would we, Lando? We saw the A400 lifting, but really it must have been a few hundred feet in the air before we saw it. A yak is going to be bumbling around at what sort of altitudes yet now? Yeah, it looks like he's on downwind at...
Yeah, he's in the circuit to land.
1,200 feet. It's got to be just under the cloud there, I would think. A bit optimistic to think I might spot him. Just intrigued as to what we can see from the airport. Right.
Message from Chris in the chat, wonderful moderator, just asking, is that a fake Chinook down there that you've been seeing in some of our shots? Yes, it is. Part of the RAF village, which is this area down in front of us. It's got the RAF recruitment stands, the RAF reservist stands. It's got some stands representing the various trades within the Royal Air Force. It's got the Red Arrow stands, and I think I might be able to make out the Tutor solar display stand as well. I would expect it to be hit the Air Cadet stand.
They've had plastic Chinooks like that for a good few years, and they sold one off not that long ago. And I was looking at it thinking, do you know what, that wouldn't be a bad sort of outside broadcast vehicle for us. You know, trailer that you could take to shows, it's kind of fun, do our live production from it. You'll be grateful to know that I didn't decide to buy that. I think it was a bit silly money it was up for.
So the Red Arrows have popped up on radar. We are still looking good for the intended display. Slot time 17:30 to 17:55.
That's Red Arrows in 11 minutes. So I'm really saying that for the benefit of Adrian, who's now going to be my wide-angle camera. And if we are lucky enough to have a rear arrival, he'll be the one to pick it up behind us.
Yeah, we're just, as you look out to sea, we're slightly to the right of Show Centre here. The Show Centre marker, if you are going to come down here in person later this weekend and you want to know where the datum point is, it's the Albany Apartments, which is the big white apartment block. If you consider Boscombe Pier on the left and Bournemouth Pier on the right, it's about 2/3 of the way to Boscombe Pier. And that is the Show Centre marker. It's where the Red Arrows will arrive overhead at the start of their show, and also where the on-crowd manoeuvres will be directed. We are probably about 200 metres from it, so reasonably close to Show Centre. Worth noting, and I spotted some discussion in the chat about this earlier today. The Red Arrows this year are an 8-ship team, and there was some discussion as to why that was. Well, they were a 7-ship last year, as I'm sure everybody knows, and it's a training limitation really, so the number of pilots that left meant that within the limits of the number of pilots that could be trained up as new entrants to the team, the maximum number that could be achieved this year was 8. There's 3 new pilots that can be trained per year. All the new pilots go into Enid formation at the front of the formation. Red 1 can't be a newbie. Red 4 or 5 can't be a newbie either, because their job is to sit on the outside of the formation and monitor what the new guys are doing. So there's only really 3 new slots that a new pilot can go into. So that's the reason why they're down to an 8. Having said that, This is an 8 ship that was always planned to be an 8 ship. Last year it was a 7 ship that was planned to be an 8 ship, and before that planned to be a 9 ship. So you could see that some hasty modifications have been made, and you know, it wasn't entirely covered up, the fact that that was not how the display should have looked. Whereas this year it was designed from the outset as an 8 ship, and it's all symmetrical, and it's longer as well. Last year's show had to be cut back in length to remove a few manoeuvres that couldn't easily be modified after pilots left the team. So it's a much more complete spectacle this year. So we're just trying to keep half an ear on what's going on through the PA system downstairs, and pass on to you what appears to be happening. And it sounds like what's going to happen is the Red Arrows are going to take off and evaluate the weather conditions and make a decision once in the air about whether or not they will continue with their display. I would anticipate it will be a flat show. We've mentioned that term, flat show, a few times. If you're not familiar with the Red Arrows, it's probably worth me explaining what that means. So the Red Arrows have 3 types of show they can perform: the full show, the rolling show, and the flat show. The flat show requires 1,000 feet of cloud base or unobstructed airspace, whether it's controlled airspace or clouds that's causing the obstruction. 1,000 feet is enough for the flat show. That's mostly a series of turns and reversals in different formation shapes, and then some fairly flat opposition passes and modified bomb bursts, so they use less vertical space. Then if there's 2,500 feet available, they can do the rolling show. It's fundamentally the same as the flat show, except they can squeeze a few slightly taller manoeuvres in, like formation barrel rolls. And then the full show requires 5,500 feet of cloud base, and that is the one with the full vertical looping manoeuvres. So obviously it's the one that we all hope to see. A lot of the most impressive manoeuvres feature only in the full show. The vertical brake, for example, is a classic full show manoeuvre that we don't always see it very much, because this is Britain. We all know what the weather in Britain can be like. Flat shows can be few and far between, and even sometimes when the weather is good, we've had Red Arrows displays at Duxford and Donsfold and Biggin Hill and places like that, where it's been a rolling show regardless of the weather because of controlled airspace above the airport. Not a problem here. If the weather was good enough, they'd be going straight into a full show, but we're not going to be seeing that today. I think we can be fairly confident of that. Actually, looking out to sea, there is rain coming in towards us. It's probably a couple of miles away at the moment, but definitely encroaching on our position. Yeah, not looking good. So I think what we might do is just make sure that we and the kit are all appropriately waterproof, because it does look like we'll be getting wet. So George Bacon confirming that the Red Arrows display has not been ruled out. Not been ruled out yet. 4 minutes until the start of the slot time. Of course, there is most likely the possibility of delaying it by a few minutes if it looks like that will help, but probably not by very much. And well, I'm on ADSB Exchange at the moment and I can't see any little red jets on there, so I am wondering if they might have elected to cancel the sortie and return to their parking positions. Let's hope not, but this band of rain coming towards us is looking fairly substantial and probably enough to degrade the visibility beyond the reasonable legal limits. Harry Wallen Photography asks, are you not streaming Sunday? Yes, we are streaming Sunday, but we are streaming Sunday for channel members here on YouTube and also to people who have subscribed to our on-demand service, watch.planestv.com. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday going out for free on YouTube, and then thereafter Sunday for subscribers on watch.planestv.com, channel members on YouTube. It's £5 a month to be a channel member on YouTube. That doesn't get you much in the way of benefits, to be honest. It's mainly just a way of supporting us. Red arrows, by the way. Red arrows have just taken off. Yeah, that's just a way of supporting us, really, and encouraging us to come and do more of these free streams. But then subscribing to watch.planestv.com, that's normally £10 a month, and that is access to our full back catalogue of airshow programmes dating back more than 30 years, and also some of our upcoming live streams as well. Duxford Battle of Britain Airshow being the main one. I said it's normally £10 a month. If you subscribe this weekend, in order to get access to the Bournemouth show on Sunday, we are actually running a special offer, £5 for your first month subscription to watch.planestv.com, and that is available by using the coupon code Bournemouth with a capital B and the rest lowercase. So I hope that answers your question. So I did just see the red arrows scudding across the Bournemouth skyline behind us. Red 10 has taken the microphone. The slot time is 1 minute away. And what they will be doing now is just doing a bit of a weather check, skimming the bottom of the clouds. I can see them again. They are all joining up in a single formation now over the top of the airport behind us. And they will just be confirming that the cloud conditions are within limits. We might also see a blip of smoke as they prime their smoke systems. That smoke produced by injecting diesel into the hot jet efflux where it vaporizes. Plain diesel for the white smoke. Each aircraft can produce 5 minutes of white smoke, and then they add coloured dye to that for the red and the blue, with each aircraft able to produce 1 minute each of the colours. The smoke oil is stored in a special tank on the underside of the fuselage, in the same place as a centerline fuel tank would normally be positioned. And it is controlled by 3 smoke colour control buttons on the aircraft's control column. So the aircraft now joining up in a single formation. They'll be starting in wall formation, arriving crowd rear, and then probably turning off to our left, as this will be a flat show. They're not going into a loop. They will turn off to our left after having flown over the top. Seeing as we've been talking about weather minima and heights, let's talk a little bit about the heights that the red arrows are going to be flying at. So their typical minima, generally speaking, is 300 feet above ground or sea level. But Hannah, that's the back 3, red 6, 7 and 8, they can come down to 150 feet for aerobatics. And then in non-aerobatic flight, they can come all the way down to 100 feet. So from up here on the roof of the Cumberland Hotel, who are very kindly hosting us this weekend, we will be getting an eye-level view of those opposition passes by Reds 6 and 7, the synchro pair. And the aircraft are now rolling out towards us, the landing lights shining brightly against that dark sky, spreading out very shortly into wall formation, the widest shape in which the red arrows fly. The coloured smoke will come on. And it does look like we are indeed going to get a red arrows display today. And a slight change from normal. They're in 8-arrow formation rather than wall, just to enable them to be a little bit more manoeuvrable given the low cloud base. It's the same shape, but with all the aircraft flying much closer together. The coloured smoke is on. Here they come, the red arrows. The red arrows flying 8 BAE Systems Hawk T-Mark 1s, an aircraft that made its first flight in 1974. The Hawk, as an aircraft type, remained in domestic production until 2020. Meanwhile, a modernised combat version of the Hawk, known as the Hawkeye, is still in development by Hindustan Aeronautics in India. This is an aircraft that has had an exceptionally long service career and has seen extraordinary export success. It's not the most produced advanced jet trainer in history. It lags behind the T-38 Talon, the L-29 and the L-39, but it is arguably the best-selling advanced jet trainer ever built in terms of export orders. Now, the team arrive from the left, still in 8-arrow, but watch Reds 7 and 8 on the outside of the formation, about to roll into short diamond. As I mentioned, this is a very successful aircraft on the export market, and it's been operated by countries as diverse as Canada, Kuwait, Malaysia, the United States in the form of the T-45 Goshawk, a US Navy carrier training aircraft, Switzerland, South Africa, the Republic of Korea. It is today used by 4 national aerobatic teams: the Red Arrows, the Saudi Hawks, who we saw at Riyadh this year, the Midnight Hawks, who we saw at Riyadh 2017, and the Indian national aerobatic team Surya Kiran. And it does look like the team is heading quite some way away from us at the moment. So we hope they haven't been forced to pull the plug on this performance. Certainly we could see them skimming the bottom of the clouds at points and, heading very close to a rain shower now. And we have just heard it confirmed. Red 1 has decided to terminate the display. We might get one more sympathy pass, but I think that is probably all we are going to get from the Red Arrows today. What a shame. Still in formation, still in short diamond. And let's just hope for a couple of sympathy passes. Well, we see them move back into 8-arrow formation. That is the standard shape for these single formation transits. We might shortly see them split into 2 sections, Enid and Hannah. Hannah, by the way, is a new name for the 2023 season. That back group of aircraft was formerly known as Jippo, named after the first pilot to lead that back group. But it has now been renamed Hannah in honour of Ray Hannah. He was one of the first Red Arrows leaders, the longest serving Red Arrows pilot, the longest serving Red Arrows leader in history. And of course, very famous on the civilian circuit for his warbird operations. We have now indeed seen, as predicted, the formations splitting up into two sections, and they will return to Bournemouth Airport for a run and break to land. So we'll continue trying to track the formation as they return to Bournemouth. Ian is just swinging his camera round towards them. I'll just try and pick them up for you. But luckily we've got 3 more days here, so we'll be seeing the Red Arrows again tomorrow, and on Saturday that will be live broadcast for free here on YouTube. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, Sunday's show, which is the day with the best weather forecast, will be going out on watch.planestv.com, our on-demand streaming service, for which you can get access for just £5. That is a special offer. Your first month, £5, that's half price, by using the coupon code Bournemouth, Bournemouth with a capital B and the rest lowercase. If you do choose to join us, for your £5 you will not just get the live stream of the Bournemouth Air Festival on Sunday, you will also get access to our live broadcast from both days of the Duxford Battle of Britain Air Show in September. That is also going out exclusively on that on-demand service. And what a great show that is likely to be. We're currently into double-figure Spitfires and 4 Hurricanes as well, plus an expansive lineup of other Second World War aircraft. Well, here come the Red Arrows lining up with runway 09 at Bournemouth. And we will very shortly, I expect, see them peeling away from the formation one by one. Looks like they're just doing an orbit or two in the vicinity of the airport. Just as we lose the aircraft from behind the hotel there, I'll just finish off explaining what you will get if you join us on watch.planestv.com. For your £5 you will also get access to our back catalogue of airshow programmes stretching back more than 30 years. That includes everything from air tattoo, souvenir programmes and DVDs, all the way through to airshow programmes from the 90s. There's some good stuff from the 90s on there. And as I said, £5 for your first month, a special offer that applies just until Sunday. Well, that is potentially not the end of today's flying action, because, as I've mentioned before, for those of you who have been sticking with us all day, the flying here at Bournemouth is in several blocks, and while we haven't seen much action in the afternoon blocks of flying, we do still have another block of flying still to come. That starts at 19:45, and that is the rather magical sunset show. I say rather magical, it will be if the weather plays ball. We are expecting to see, as part of that, Anarchy 1, the Typhoon FGR-4 of the Royal Air Force, performing a solo display in the hands of Flight Lieutenant Matt Brighty, this year's excellent Typhoon display pilot. Following that, we have the Firebirds with 2 Vans RV4s performing some delightful formation aerobatics with fireworks on the aircraft. And then we have Otto the helicopter. That's the brainchild of Brendan O'Brien, very famous face on the airshow circuit, known for being an absolute madman in some respects, and he has just put dozens and dozens of pyrotechnic effects onto that aircraft, and yeah, it's an air-launched fireworks show is what it is. And then we have closing the show at, let me check the time, about 8:30, the Tigers parachute display team from the British Army, and we should be wrapping up by 9 o'clock. Obviously, all of this is dependent on the weather, but we remain hopeful that there could be some flying action still to come. We're very sorry that today has not been quite what we'd hoped. We're going to keep this stream running though, hopefully to catch the Red Arrows landing. I don't think we've actually seen them break to land yet. And then we'll keep it running for a couple more hours until the start of the night show. So do stay with us. We might try to entertain you with some more of our wittering. Maybe we'll just leave you with a shot of the beach for a while as well, because we all need dinner. It's been a long day. We started our journey at 6 o'clock this morning to get here, and set up in the rain ahead of the flying display starting at 2, which didn't happen. So Ian and I have been in front of the camera for about 4 hours now, trying to entertain you. So I think Ian, you've given up on camera for the time being.
Given up? Don't put it like that.
Well,
yes,
nothing is happening. There is no longer any purpose to you being there.
I'm not going to end it all just yet. Yeah, we've got that nice view, haven't we, of stuff going on over the airport. So I was just hovering to see if I could catch the guys lining up to land and whatever. And if I do spot them again, I'll hop up and give you a view of that, since we've got that opportunity. Yeah, just orbiting north of the airport at the moment.
Burning off some fuel, quite
presumably,
possibly.
yeah, and a load of smoke. We're sort of leaving it on for a very long time now. Have you covered that?
I explained a bit about the smoke.
I can imagine.
I was going to explain more later on when some air brakes came out.
Yes.
But
can you imagine being on the dive team, watching them burn off all that smoke, all that hard-earned effort,
all that hard work in hazmat suits,
ready for a display.
It's toxic stuff, that smoke. It's not pleasant to handle, and they're all fully suited up. A lot of work.
Important to
get those show ready.
I can actually see them, but it's not worth giving you a view because they're just so far away. We won't see the actual landing either from this position, unfortunately, so fairly limited interest. But maybe if Adrian's got nothing better to do, at some point he could hop up on camera one just for the Reds landing at some point. No rush, but if we pick up a view of them, we might as well share it with you. And have you talked about the evening display and what time we'll be back?
I have talked about the evening display. The plan is to leave this all running, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
And I said that we might try and entertain people with a bit more wittering at some point, but we'd also probably leave things be and go and have some dinner.
Yeah.
And leave them with a shot of what is looking like an increasingly rainy seafront at Bournemouth.
Yeah, it is, I'm afraid. But, we can but hope, can't we? The Reds there, at least giving it a go, which was good of them to do, and I dare say Typhoon will be similarly minded, although as one aircraft, I suppose we'll see. We can but hope. So, Red's still north of the airfield there, as you say, fueled up a jet to fly for a half-hour sequence or whatever flight would have lasted.
I would wager I would wager they've probably got their air brakes out to try and burn through as much fuel as possible, as quickly as possible.
And you've explained the reason for that, presumably?
Well, not really.
Not really? I mean, what are we talking? So I suppose
it's fairly intuitive.
You've got to get
massive
down to
brick out into the airflow, cause more drag.
I was really meaning the weight. Landing with a full load of fuel and the danger of well, that would mean you're flying a bit faster and above landing speed, presumably.
And potentially putting a lot of strain on the landing gear as well. If it was a rough landing anyway, then that's one thing. But if it's a rough landing and you double your normal landing weight because of all the fuel,
that's why. Do all aircraft have an ability to dump fuel? That's certainly all airliners do. I suppose
we've seen it from
probably does, but although I don't know about that.
But then they would
not
probably
that you would
choose
to.
not to. Yeah, it's not a desirable thing to do. Spreading a mist of aviation fuel, Jet A1, over all of the farms and villages.
No, so even if it's possible, it's probably something you'd only do at high altitude if you really had to. So I'm not sure how long they'll be airborne for, but out to the west of the airport now, we might see them behind the camera, and then Adrian's got his eagle eyes out. But I think we're staying live now just to show you another glimpse of the red arrows.
There they are.
Adrian no doubt have spotted them. See them in two sections there, stooging around, ready for a landing at Bournemouth and ready for flying displays right the way through to Sunday. So if you've paired with us this long, I dare say you'll enjoy our coverage of some actual flying displays. We managed 2 passes of one there, but honestly, if there's anyone in the chat who's been there all day, God bless you, and do let us know, because it's quite a feat. I can see 800 odd people watching, so we might get a break to land from the Reds in a minute.
Yeah, well, we will get a break to land, because that is the safest and most efficient way of getting 9 aircraft into the landing pattern with a sensible separation distance between them.
Chris asking about different link to the stream. So have you mentioned that already? This stream will be live tonight, so if we do get some flying from 7:45, this is where you can view it. So join back here around about probably hop on around about 7:30, potentially with any updates that we may or may not have at that point. I think it's going to be a suck it and see job. We'll see what the weather is locally at that point and make a judgment then. Each display we do separately. Otto in these kind of... We do Otto this evening.
Yes, we are due Otto this evening.
So we talked earlier about helicopters maybe having more restricted
they do
minima,
have a lower
restriction.
minima. I think a helicopter can display with a 500-foot cloud base, whereas fixed wing it's 1,000-foot, I think.
And if anyone's up to the task...
Anyone want to read Cap 403 and tell us?
Yes, get Googling. If anyone's up to the task, I dare say Brendan is. He'll have been very keen to get the pyros prepared, which I'm sure takes a very long time.
Well, yes, it does, but it's also been raining, and that is not conditions under which you can really prepare pyro, because once they've got wet, they don't really work anymore.
Right. And it takes a long time to prepare, no doubt, so you wouldn't want to prepare in rain.
No.
So perhaps...
what he does do sometimes is he will prepare at his home base and bring everything pre-packaged, wrapped up in cellophane. I've done it when I was ground crewing for a team that did pyro shows. We have actually prepared in light rain before, but everything was wrapped up in cling film. Yeah. The first thing you did was you unwrapped each firework inside, you wrapped it up in cling film, and then you took it outside to do your preparation work, and then we went back in to wrap the next one up so that we could carry on. It's quite a long-winded process. I mean, I think a lot of people don't appreciate the amount of work that goes into pyro prep for Otto. Okay, it's difficult to quantify because Brendan usually arrives at a show partially prepared already. There is easily 5 or 6 man-hours of preparation that goes into an Otto the helicopter pyro show. So we're still seeing the red arrows. They have broken up into their 2 sections. I would expect that what we will see is probably 2 breaks to land, one behind the other. The 5 ship followed by the 3 ship. Yeah, what a shame to not see the full display. But
yeah, it was clear from the very first pass.
Yeah, one side of the formation in cloud, really.
Yeah, well, appearing to be in cloud, it's difficult to tell. But if aircraft are disappearing into cloud, it's a very good chance that the cloud level is above, below those aircraft. They're not necessarily in it. You know what I'm trying to say? That cloud could be appearing between us and them, but. That bend round out to the west there, it was pretty clear it wasn't going to work. Bit of a shame. Not even able to get the formation. Loads of people apparently, okay, saying that they've been with us from the start, so thank you, bless you. I hope you've been having a productive day otherwise, but thank you for tuning in and being with us all day. And just confirming for those that are asking, I can see Emma asking fairly recently, at least on mine, are we staying live for the evening? Yes, we're going to stay live for the night flying, or we'll be hoping to see some night flying.
Yeah, we're staying live until the point where, or unless or until we hear something isn't
we'll
happening.
almost certainly be still live at 8:30.
Yeah.
Still waiting for something to fly probably, but we can but hope. And just to confirm, it's this same live broadcast, so you can stay live here. I'll tell you what we could do is probably play one of the older videos, Andrew, just to give there's got to be someone watching this stream who hasn't seen a night or twilight flying display before.
Yes, it always surprises me, given that we've had quite a lot of night shows for the last 15 years or so now. It does surprise me how often I come across someone who'd actually never heard of a night show.
Actually, that's fair enough. Well, if they're a spectator at an air show, yes, that's quite surprising. But as a sort of general member of the public, quite often I see Tim Jews from Airborne Pyrotechnics sharing either news stories or social media comments of videos of their display shot from 20 miles away, from people going, "What is that?" Because it is such a very strange thing to see in the sky from a long way away.
I went for a flight once, a photo flight, with one of these teams that uses pyrotechnics, and when we landed, the fire service were all in attendance because people had rung in to say there were aeroplanes on fire, and there were articles in the local press saying people spot aeroplanes on fire. It does look fairly dramatic.
Yeah. So Andrew's having a look for which year has some night flying in. I would expect them all to, I think. That's kind of the Bournemouth feature, isn't it?
This was the first major show in the UK to introduce a substantial night flying display. The very first night flying display, I'm using night in inverted commas, what I really mean is air display in relative darkness with fireworks. It's not technically at night, but the first of those night displays in the UK was actually it was at a non-aviation event. It was just the finale of a non-aviation event. But in 2010 or thereabouts, Bournemouth, Sunderland, a couple of other events like it started adopting these night shows, and then they really gained traction in 2012 at the Paralympic Games, when, as part of the opening ceremony of the Paralympics over London, Air Ability put on a pyro display over the stadium. And ever since then, they've just exploded, and the number of teams in the 5 years following that joined the circuit, and it's still growing today. We've got Brendan O'Brien initially with his Cub, and then with Otto the helicopter. With the Firebirds were formed in about 2016. We had the Global Stars introducing pyro capability at about the same time. Aerosparks, Airborne Pyrotechnics. The Twister Duo were one of the originals. Glider FX was the original in the UK. So there's quite a lot of teams now that do these pyro shows.
I think prior to that, I seem to remember the F-16, wouldn't have been invited perhaps to do a dusk display in the past. But we've seen F-16, we've seen Typhoon. I'm trying to think if there's any other fast jets we've seen, but that's
in the UK.
That display, or an aircraft with a reheat, is enhanced hugely by it being dark, because the reheat really pops. It's a firework in itself at that period of the day. So hey, we're talking it up, and I'm hoping we'll see some of that with the Typhoon later on this evening. It does require the weather to probably improve fairly significantly, I would think. Visibility's dropped out to sea there as well.
Well, I think the visibility has dropped more than anything else because of the rain that's passing through, and whether that hits us full force or whether it drifts across out to sea remains to be seen, but let's hope it just misses us.
So Andrew, if you've got a video that we can share of a bit of a night air, or we'll play the whole thing, the whole Bournemouth segment, but included in this, if you're happy, Andrew.
On with the August holiday seaside theme, and on to Bournemouth for their Air Festival. Now that actually clashed with Shoreham, which was our focus for the weekend, so we've got just a taste of the Friday flying display here. Thursday was cancelled due to weather. The show gets a lot of support from the armed services, including the Royal Navy with warships and the Royal Marines, who provide the traditional opening to the show with a role demonstration based on anti-piracy operations. Bournemouth is another seaside show that places great emphasis on their evening flying display. Taking part this year was Brendan O'Brien and the Fireflies, the Red Devils Army Parachute Display Team, and Aerosparks with their Grob 109 powered gliders.
So hopefully that video giving you a bit of an impression of what night air looks like here at Airborne. That from, what year was it, Andrew? Is it 2015? So that part of our British Air Shows programme where we bring together clips of all the shows we cover through the year in one programme. So British Air Shows 2015, and that the Bournemouth segment giving you an idea of what we might have seen on a day like today. And what we hope to see later on for the night flying, due to take place at 7:45. We're going to take a break though and let you enjoy the sights of Bournemouth. We will be back here live at around about 7:30 with a bit of an update, hopefully. To be honest, all we'll be able to update you on is what the weather looks like to us, but hopefully that will be of interest, especially as we look toward the evening with fingers crossed for some flying. Just a reminder again that we are broadcasting tomorrow and Saturday live free here on YouTube. On Sunday, slightly differently. If you've really enjoyed our coverage, you can become a channel member and gain access to the live broadcast on Sunday. We won't be free to view on Sunday. You can become a channel member here on YouTube, or you can subscribe on PTV On Demand. That's at watch.planestv.com. That's our subscription service. Gives you access to programmes like British Air Shows 2015 that we've just seen a segment from, and very many others too, and lots of our live broadcasts from recent years, such as Air Tattoo just a month and a half ago now. And you'll also get access to the live broadcast from Duxford in a couple of weeks' time, the Battle of Britain Air Show. If you do want to sign up to that service, use the coupon code Bournemouth. That's available from now until the end of play on Sunday. The coupon code Bournemouth with a capital B, and you'll get your first month half price. So for just £5, you'll gain access to that back catalogue and our broadcast here from Bournemouth on Sunday. It started to rain, so I'm going to leave at least one camera live. I might turn it around so it's not facing the rain. But yeah, we'll be back live proper at around about 7:30. We'll see you then. Hello everyone. If you're glued to social media and engaged with the Bournemouth Air Festival, you'll have no doubt spotted that the evening flying display has been cancelled due to weather. Just looking around now, we can't see tops of buildings over the town. It's just not going to work, unfortunately. So sadly, that will bring to a close our live broadcasting here from Bournemouth for day one. We will be back tomorrow. We will be back on Saturday, and those will both be free to view here on YouTube. So do subscribe and give this video a like as well. If you've been around all day and you've still got me on in a corner TV somewhere, I still got us on, I should say. It has been a team effort here. I've got Adam mixing now as Adrian's gone off to do whatever Adrian does when he disappears off at air shows, which he often does, and Andrew's popped downstairs. But yeah, good team here today. Big thanks to them for sticking it out in some pretty appalling weather conditions. We managed a couple of passes of the red arrows, and that's about it, unless I'm very much mistaken. I don't think we got anything else, did we? But you know, worthwhile dust down of the kit, and thank you for all of you who've engaged in the chat and joined us live. We'll be back here live again tomorrow, flying starting a little bit earlier, so I'm expecting to be live around 12:30, 1 o'clock time. So yeah, just subscribe and it'll pop up in your feed tomorrow. Opportunity to sign up to the newsletter in the description below. There's a link to the place you can sign up to the newsletter. When I get my act together, I tend to send out emails once a week. That hasn't happened for a long time, but I'll try and pop one out tomorrow with the full schedule of what we're doing this weekend and beyond, because we do have more live broadcasts heading our way in the near future. The important one to mention is Sunday, so we won't be free to view on Sunday. It will be a paid subscription, so you'll either need to be a channel member on YouTube or a subscriber of PTV On Demand. Right, I think that probably wraps it up for the day. It is pretty grim out there, so we're going to get knocked down while there's still a little bit of daylight, and we'll see you tomorrow early afternoon. So thanks very much again. I'll see you again tomorrow.